What if I told you that the trees you pass every day could whisper secrets so ancient they might shatter your very existence? What if the oaks in your backyard were more than just lumber and leaves, but ancient sentinels harboring truths more dangerous than any hidden spell? These sacred giants stand tall, their roots tangled in myth, their branches cradling the weight of worlds unknown, a cosmic library of forbidden knowledge waiting in silence, ready to consume the unwary. In every corner of the globe, from the frost-bitten pines of Scandinavia to the sun-soaked baobabs of Africa, trees loom large, shrouded in legends darker than a moonless night. Why are they worshipped? What terrible price is paid for their protection? Because like a well-guarded secret, the answers lie buried beneath layers of soil and shadow, beckoning the brave, or the foolish, to dig deeper. Consider this: every culture, stripped of its modern veneer, clutches tales of trees that bleed, trees that dream, trees that hold the very fabric of existence in their gnarled hands. The Norse Yggdrasil, the world tree, tethering gods and men in a dizzying dance of fate. Or the sacred fig in India, under which the Buddha attained enlightenment, its roots entwined with enlightenment and despair. What if these trees could speak? Would they tell of ancient prophecies or echo the cries of those who dared to challenge the divine? But hold on, what happens when the sacred becomes the cursed? Stories abound of sacred groves turned into battlegrounds, where the clash of steel against bark reverberates through time. Heroes and villains, champions and betrayers have all left their marks, and the trees, oh, they remember. They whisper the names of those who wielded power, those who fell from grace, a cacophony of whispers that curls around your consciousness like smoke, suffocating and intoxicating. And the laughter? Oh, the dark humor lurking beneath these myths. Like a jester in a royal court, the trees chuckle at humanity's folly, our fleeting ambitions, our pathetic quests for immortality. One moment, you're drinking tea under a cherry blossom, and the next, you're stumbling through a forest where the trees demand tribute, either your sanity or your soul. Do you think you can charm them with offerings of fruit? Think again. The stakes are high, and fate plays hardball. These trees have seen civilizations rise and fall, and they hold the fate of the world in their bark. What if a single word spoken under their branches could alter the course of history? What if your very presence could ignite an ancient curse? As you step closer to this tangled web of lore, can you feel the tension? The air thickens, charged with energy, as the shadows stretch and twist, morphing into something alive, something hungry. Are you ready to confront what lies beneath the surface, or will you turn back, leaving the sacred trees to guard their secrets in silence? Because once you take that step, there's no turning back. The whispers will follow you, gnawing at your thoughts, until you unravel the truth that binds you to the ancient wood. Choose wisely. The wind howled through the skeletal branches, a mournful wail that rattled the very bones of the earth. In the heart of the ancient forest, where shadows danced and the air grew thick with secrets, stood a gnarled oak, its trunk twisted like a tortured soul. The knotted bark bore witness to centuries of whispers, of prayers and curses, of life and death entwined in an unholy embrace. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure, cloaked in shadow, darted among the trees, heart pounding like a drum of war. Marisol, her long black hair wild as the storm brewing overhead, paused beneath the oak's sprawling branches, hands trembling. She looked up, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. "This is it. This is where it ends," she murmured, half to herself, half to the oak. I felt her fear ripple through the air, an electric current that surged in my veins. She was not just here for answers, she was here to confront the ghosts that haunted her, the memories that clawed at her heart. "Marisol!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the wind, lost in the cacophony of nature's fury. I stepped forward, the ground squelching under my boots, mud sucking at my feet as if trying to pull me back, to warn me of the darkness that lurked here. "You can't do this alone." But she wouldn't look at me. She was transfixed by the oak, by the way its branches twisted like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky, pleading, begging for salvation. It was sacred, yes, but it was also a prison, a vessel of the lost, the forgotten, the forsaken. The weight of it pressed down upon us, each heartbeat echoing the past, punctuated by the crack of thunder that split the sky. Then there was Eli, Marisol's brother, whose presence loomed like a storm cloud, heavy with unspoken words. He stood back, fists clenched at his sides, battling an internal tempest. "You don't understand, Marisol." His voice cracked, a raw edge of desperation. "This is not a game. You're playing with forces you can't comprehend." But she felt it, the pull of the sacred tree, the call of something ancient, something primal. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of defiance mingled with dread. She believed, deep down, that this oak held the key to their family's legacy, to the tragedy that had shattered them. "I have to try," she insisted, her voice a tremor beneath the thunder. "I have to know why they chose us. Why our blood is tied to this cursed place." Eli's shoulders slumped as if the weight of generations pressed down upon him, a burden he had never chosen but could never escape. "You're not just risking yourself, Marisol. You're risking everything." Each word hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to the past, to the stories embedded in the roots that coiled beneath the earth, deep and dark. Those roots, they whispered secrets, promises, and lies. They told tales of ancestors who had danced under the moonlight, who had sought the favor of the spirits that inhabited these woods, but at what cost? Marisol's breath came in ragged gasps as she approached the tree, the bark rough against her skin like the grip of a long-lost lover. I remember the stories they told us. How the oak could hear our cries, feel our pain. How it was both a sanctuary and a sentinel. Her words flowed like a river, carving through the silence, weaving memories into the fabric of the night. But the oak didn't just hold their childhood stories, it held the weight of betrayal, of blood spilled on its roots. I felt it then, the pulse of the tree, the heartbeat of the forest thrumming in harmony with the tension between them. A pause, an intake of breath, before the storm broke. From the depths of the forest, shadows emerged, dark and insidious, creeping toward us like phantoms from the past. Faces twisted in agony, ancestors who had been wronged, who had cried out for justice beneath this very oak. They were here, alive in the echoes of the wind, in the rustle of leaves. "You awaken us," they seemed to say, their voices a haunting melody that rattled the marrow in our bones. Marisol's eyes widened, terror mingling with awe. "What do you want from us?" she cried, voice barely a whisper against the wrath of the storm. Eli stepped forward, protective instinct flaring as he reached for her, but the shadows surged, swirling around them, a tempest of memories and grief. "No! Get back," he shouted, but he was too late. The shadows lunged, reaching for Marisol, pulling her deeper into their embrace. Time twisted, bending and warping, as I felt the forest close in around us, the sacred tree at the center of it all, a crucible for our fears, our hopes, our regrets. I remember the stories," Marisol shouted again, fighting against the darkness that threatened to engulf her. "I remember the power that binds us." Her voice rang out like a bell, slicing through the suffocating fog of despair, awakening something ancient within the oak. The wind howled louder, branches thrashing like the arms of the forsaken begging for release. And suddenly, the shadows hesitated, caught in the tension between what they were and what they could be. In that moment, I could feel it, the weight of history, the gravity of their choices, the bonds of love and loss. It was a tapestry woven from the threads of their souls, the tapestry that bound them to this sacred tree. My heart raced, thundering in tandem with the storm above, every beat a plea for salvation, for redemption. But could they find it here? Beneath the twisted branches of the ancient oak, where every whisper was a testament to their lineage, where every heartbeat echoed the stories of those who came before. The air crackled with energy, pulsing with the possibility of release, of understanding. As the storm swirled around us, I was left suspended in that moment, feeling the weight of the sacred tree and the burden of their legacy. The shadows lingered, a reminder of the past that could never be escaped, yet also a promise of what could be healed. And in that heart-stopping silence, amidst the chaos, I could only watch as the confrontation unfolded, as Marisol and Eli stood at the edge of the abyss, arms outstretched toward the darkness, willing to embrace the pain of their past in exchange for the hope of their future. The sacred oak loomed above them, a sentinel of their fate, and I held my breath, waiting for the moment when everything would change. I remember the chill of twilight, the moment when shadows stretched and twisted like whispered secrets. Standing beneath the great Yggdrasil, the world tree, I felt its ancient presence seep through the ground and into my bones, a primal energy that made my heart race. It loomed above, its branches sprawling out like skeletal fingers scraping the sky, leaves flickering with a ghostly silver sheen. Each rustle felt like an echo of the past, a reminder of the gods who walked here, of the warriors who bled beneath its canopy, of the whispers of fate that hung heavy in the air. Era stood beside me, her fingers trembling, the weight of unspoken fears threading a tight noose around her heart. "It's all connected," she murmured, voice shaking, as the wind howled through the branches, like a taunt from something unseen. She always thought she could heal anything, broken bones, shattered dreams, but here, in the roots of a tree that held the cosmos in its grasp, she felt helpless. I could see the fire in her eyes flicker, the hope doused by the chill of reality. Her sister, lost to the shadows, lost to the very essence of what the tree represented, life, death, and everything in between. "Era," I whispered, my voice cracking. "We can't just stand here." But the words felt hollow, evaporating into the dense air, swallowed by the ominous presence of Yggdrasil, its branches whispering tales of old. I wanted to reach out, to pull her away from the edge of despair, but the roots of this tree were deeper than fear. They coiled around our hearts, binding us to this moment, to the history that coursed through the earth like a dark river. And then there was Bjorn, the reluctant warrior, pacing on the fringes of our tumultuous bond. His fists clenched, muscles taut with indecision, he cast glances between us, as if we were two pieces of a puzzle he could not quite fit together. "We need to find her," he said, his voice low but hard as stone, reverberating through the air like the distant thunder of an approaching storm. But what lay ahead? A battle? A sacrifice? What could we offer to appease the tree, or whatever it was that guarded its sacred roots? He was the kind of man who thrived in chaos, yet here, beneath the ancient boughs, he felt like a child, lost, afraid, desperate. "I remember the stories," I said, desperate to anchor us in something, anything other than this despair. "The tales of Odin and his sacrifices." He hung from this tree, pierced by his own spear, to gain wisdom. But was wisdom enough? Could it guide us to Era's sister, the lost one, the ghost that lingered like a fog? My every heartbeat screamed for the answer, but silence enveloped us, wrapping around our throats like a tightening noose. As shadows danced, I felt the air thicken with dread. It was more than a tree, it was a living entity, pulsating with the power of creation and destruction, a reminder of the thin veil that separates hope from despair. I glanced at Era, her face pale, and I knew she was thinking it too. The price of knowledge, of love, would it cost us everything? Would it unravel us at the roots? Bjorn stepped forward, eyes ignited with a fire that dared to challenge the dark. "Let's speak to it," he said with a fervor that rang in my ears, almost desperate enough to drown out my fears. "Let's ask the world tree what it wants." I shivered, the weight of his words heavy in the air. A conversation with a tree, with the very essence of the cosmos? Could we face its judgment? Could we stand in the presence of the gods? Era's breath hitched, and I could feel the tremor of her soul. Would she risk it? Would we all? The branches swayed ominously, as if the tree itself listened, waiting, its roots curling and uncurling with a restless hunger. Everything felt fragile, as if a single word could shatter the very fabric of our reality. "Talk to me, Yggdrasil!" I shouted, my voice breaking against the ancient bark. "Tell me what you want from us." The wind howled, the branches creaked, and a rustling sound erupted, louder than thunder, echoing through the clearing like a warning. The air vibrated with tension, sparking like static, charging the atmosphere with an energy so intense it made my skin prickle. And then, it happened. A whisper, faint yet distinct, curling around us like smoke. Sacrifice, the word slithered through the air, chilling me to the bone. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs. What could it mean? What did the tree ask of us? The price of knowledge was steep, and as I looked at Era and Bjorn, the truth sank in, a sacrifice would not merely be a token. It would be a piece of our very souls. What do we have to give? I breathed, and the question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, like a stone in my gut. Era's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the weight of her grief threatening to consume her, while Bjorn clenched his jaw, the fire in his spirit dimming, replaced by a dawning realization we were not just facing a tree. We were confronting our own deepest fears, our own unhealed wounds. I can't lose her, Era choked, voice breaking, as if confessing a secret that had burned inside her for too long. I can't lose anyone else. Her hands pressed against her chest, fingers digging into her heart as if to hold the pieces together. I reached for her, but the distance felt like an abyss, an insurmountable chasm carved by loss and grief. And then, silence. The kind of silence that screams in your ears, a void so vast it could swallow the universe. I realized then that the Yggdrasil wasn't just a tree, it was a reflection of our own hearts, twisted, beautiful, and achingly fragile. I looked up at its towering form, branches swaying like the pendulum of fate, counting down to something inevitable. Underneath its ancient gaze, we stood, trapped in a moment that felt like eternity. The question lingered, heavy and unyielding, teasing the edges of our minds, whispering of choices yet to be made, of consequences unimagined. And outside the sacred grove, the world moved on, oblivious to the storm brewing within. But here, beneath the watchful gaze of Yggdrasil, we stood on the precipice of destiny, waiting for the moment when the roots would engulf us all, and the cosmos would reveal its secrets, or take us with it into the abyss. The air crackles with a tension so thick it chokes, as shadows dance beneath the gargantuan banyan tree. Its many roots stretch out like ancient fingers, clawing at the earth, whispering secrets to the night. I stand frozen, feeling the pulse of something primal emanating from its gnarled bark, the heart of a world far older than me, older than all of us. It's here, beneath this sprawling titan, that my daughter's laughter echoes through the stillness, a melody both haunting and precious. She is playing, a child oblivious to the tempest brewing just beyond the edge of her innocence. But something stirs within me, our memory, fractured and urgent, igniting a fire in my chest. I remember when I was her age, running wild beneath this very tree. I remember the stories my grandmother whispered, tales of souls that found solace among these roots, of gods that walked beneath its canopy. I remember the warmth of her hand, the smell of her jasmine oil, and how she spoke of the banyan as a bridge between worlds, a living monument to life, death, and rebirth. Papa, look! My daughter's voice pierces through the shroud of my thoughts. Her tiny hands reach toward a snake, a spectre slithering silently through the shadows. My heart races. It's so pretty, she beams. The snake, shimmering like liquid night, raises its head, and I feel the weight of countless eyes upon me, the weight of ancestral spirits watching, waiting. Coco, don't! I shout, the panic bubbling up, bursting over the edges of my composure. But she's entranced, her curiosity outweighing the caution I'm trying to instill. The snake, agitated by our presence, coils tighter, its patterns like ancient runes, symbols of danger and allure intertwined. In that moment, I feel the ground shift beneath me, the roots of the banyan trembling as if breathing. The air thickens, and time warps. I remember my mother standing beneath this very tree, her face pale, eyes wide with a fear I never understood until now. This tree knows things, it sees things, she'd said, her voice quaking as the wind whispered through the leaves. Don't forget, the roots reach deeper than you think. They bind us all. But I was young, naive. I thought she was simply afraid of the dark. Now, with my daughter's laughter hanging like a fragile thread between us and the abyss, I understand all too well. Her innocence dances on the precipice, and I feel the weight of my own failures. Coco, come back. I reach for her, my breath caught in my throat. The snake hisses, sharp and menacing, a sound that cuts through the laughter and silences it all. I look around, desperate, but the world has become a distorted reflection of itself. The moon hangs low, casting eerie shadows that stretch and contort, the banyan's roots entwining with the stories of those who came before. Suddenly, I see her, the ghost of my mother, her presence ethereal, gliding through the roots like a whisper of wind. You must protect her, she implores, her voice a frail echo of the past. The banyan is alive, and it remembers. Why didn't you tell me? I choke out, the weight of every unshed tear clawing at my throat. Why didn't you prepare me for this? Some things cannot be spoken, she fades, her essence mingling with the rustling leaves, a reminder of the tangled fates that bind us. The roots of the banyan seem to pulse now, throbbing like a heart, and I feel the connection, the invisible thread that binds the living to the dead. My heart races as the snake slithers closer to Coco. Desperation surges through me, igniting a primal instinct. I leap forward, gripping her shoulders, pulling her back as the snake strikes, its fangs snapping just inches from her face. "Don't you see?" I whisper, breathless, trembling. This tree doesn't just hold life, it holds death too. It's a keeper of souls, both damned and blessed. Coco's eyes widen, reflecting the swirling darkness above us, the stars hidden behind the heavy clouds. "But it's beautiful, Papa," she whispers, her voice trembling. "Like the stories, not all stories have happy endings," I say hoarsely, my heart squeezing painfully. I can see the fear unraveling her innocence, the threads of her childhood beginning to fray. As the moon breaks through the clouds, illuminating the banyan's sprawling form, I feel the gravity of the moment settle around me, thick and suffocating. The tree stands resolute, a silent sentinel, bearing witness to the clash of light and dark that has played out for centuries beneath its branches. "Every root has a story, sweet girl," I murmur, kneeling to meet her gaze. "Every branch, a memory. This tree has seen love, loss, and rebirth. It holds the weight of our ancestors. And you must tread carefully, heed the whispers it shares." Her small hand finds mine, and for a fleeting moment, I wish I could shield her from all of it, the pain, the history trapped within the roots, the shadows lurking just beyond the light. But how do I protect her from the echoes of my own past? Suddenly, the ground shudders beneath us, the banyan's roots curling and twisting, as if awakening from a long slumber. I glance at Coco, her face alight with wonder yet shadowed with fear. "Daddy," she breathes, the simplicity of her question cutting through the chaos. "Is it bad?" "No, my love," I whisper, even as doubt coils in my gut. "But sometimes, the truth can hurt." I glance back at the snake, now retreating into the shadows, a spectre disappearing into the night. Yet, I know it's not over. The banyan, with its secrets and its ghosts, holds the promise of what's to come, of journeys yet to be taken, of memories yet to be forged. And as I gaze up at the sprawling branches, I feel the roots beneath me pulse with life, with history, and an eternity that seems to stretch infinitely. My heart pounds with a rhythm that feels both foreign and familiar, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, every thread counts. With a deep breath, I take Coco's hand, the warmth of her small fingers grounding me. "Let's go home," I say, the words heavy with unspoken promises and burdens yet to be shared. But as we turn away from the banyan, I can't shake the feeling that the tree watches us leave, its branches whispering stories, stories we aren't ready to hear yet. As we walk, the night thickens around us, an unyielding embrace, and I can't help but glance back at the ancient tree. It stands there, steadfast and eternal, a guardian of twilight, a keeper of dreams and nightmares alike. The roots stretch deeper than we can fathom, binding us all as the moon slips behind the clouds once more, hiding the truth in shadows. The wind howled through the jagged rocks, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and ancient stories. Beneath the shadowy expanse of the cedar of Lebanon, a tree that had endured millennia, three figures huddled, hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of the tempest. The tree loomed like a guardian, its gnarled branches stretching skyward, whispering secrets of empires long fallen and dreams lost in the mist. Thunder cracked, an electric crackle underscoring the tension, the air heavy with unspoken fears. I remember the first time I laid eyes on that majestic cedar, a vast, towering symbol of strength and endurance. Its bark, rough and textured like the hands of artisans, had seen the rise and fall of kings. We were here for answers, but what we found was a tangled web of emotions that entangled us like roots in the soil. Elena, her eyes wide, shimmered with a fierce desperation. She was trying to unlock the mystery of her father's disappearance, swallowed by the stories of this sacred tree. The cedar had whispered to her in dreams, drawing her closer, yet each night she woke gasping, as if the roots themselves were clawing at her heart. "He's here, I can feel it," she cried, voice wavering. Beside her, Hassan, her childhood friend turned reluctant ally, struggled with his own demons. A scholar, he once believed in the logic of the world, in the power of reason. But here, beneath the cedar's watchful eye, he felt the pull of the past, of ancient rituals and bloodlines that weaved their way through history like vines clinging to stone. "Elena, you can't trust a tree to tell you where he is," he murmured, his voice a mix of skepticism and longing. Yet, even his heart quickened with the pulse of the old stories, the weight of the cedar's looming presence. And then there was me, an outsider, a mere observer, with a twisted sense of humor that often masked my own insecurities. "I'm just here for the free therapy," I joked, but laughter fell flat in the stillness, swallowed by the shadows. The echoes of the past reverberated around us, and I felt the weight of centuries pressing against my chest. Who was I to play the jester while they grappled with their fates? The air thickened, time dilating as if the universe had drawn a breath, holding it in anticipation. "The cedar knows," Elena insisted, stepping closer, brushing her fingers against its bark. "It has seen everything." I could see her yearning. It was raw, almost tangible, like the sap that oozed from the tree's wounds. Caught in her intensity, I watched as she closed her eyes, letting the pulse of the world fade, drawing strength from the ancient sentinel. But Hassan shook his head, his brow furrowed. "What if it only tells you what you want to hear? What if the past is a trap?" A glimmer of fear danced in his eyes, one that mirrored my own. The fear of the unknown, of unraveling threads that should remain tied, lest the ghosts of the past awaken. The wind howled again, and the cedar trembled, its branches whispering secrets just beyond our grasp. The storm raged, but within us, the tempest was far more tumultuous. I could feel the weight of history pressing upon us, the stories of love, loss, and sacrifice that had played out beneath its watchful gaze. We were but fleeting shadows, yet our conflicts felt monumental, echoing the heartbreak of those who had come before us. Elena's voice cut through the tension, fierce and defiant. "I will find him," she declared, a fire igniting in her spirit. "No matter what it takes." Her determination was a beacon, even as doubt crept like ivy around my own heart. Would her quest lead her to salvation or destruction? Hassan, caught in the web of her resolve, hesitated. "And what if you unearth more than you bargained for? What if your father's fate is a reflection of this?" He gestured at the cedar, "this cursed tree." An edge of panic had crept into his tone, and I felt it too, a knot forming in my stomach as if the very roots of the cedar were reaching for us, pulling us closer to an inescapable truth. And then, silence descended like a shroud, a pregnant pause punctuating the chaos. The wind stilled, and it felt as if the cosmos held its breath, watching, waiting. I could hear the beating of my own heart, thundering in my ears, each pulse a reminder of our vulnerability. Elena stepped forward, determination ablaze in her eyes. "This tree is our link to the past. It will tell us what we need to know." But there was an urgency in her voice that belied her bravado, a cracks of fear threading through her words. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting between the roots, a fleeting glimpse of something ancient, something alive. What was that? I gasped, and the temperature plummeted, an icy chill creeping up my spine. "We are not alone," Hassan whispered, his voice trembling. His skepticism was melting, replaced by primal fear. "The stories are alive. They watch us." The cedar loomed above, its branches swaying in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere, brushing against our skin like the touch of lost souls. I felt it then, a pulse resonating with the tree, a heartbeat that echoed through the ages. It wrapped around us, binding our fates to the very essence of the cedar, to its history drenched in blood and sorrow. And in that moment, as the storm unleashed its wrath, we stood on the precipice of revelation. Our hearts raced, tangled in the web of the past, the future uncertain. The cedar was not just a tree, it was a gateway, a grave of secrets, an unyielding presence that threatened to swallow us whole. The world held its breath, and I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down, a relentless force tugging at our souls. We were not just searching for answers, we were entangled in an age-old battle, our lives woven into the fabric of history itself. Time ticked away, each second resonating with a promise, a warning, an echo of what was to come, an emotional maelstrom waiting to break. The cedar stood firm, an emblem of resilience, but we knew, our hearts racing, our breaths shallow, that the storm was just beginning, and we were about to discover the true meaning of sacrifice, of hope, and the haunting whispers of the past that lingered like specters in the shadows. The air hung thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a suffocating blanket of silence wrapped around the ancient oak tree like a shroud. Its gnarled branches twisted skyward, clawing at the heavens as if reaching for a salvation long denied. Beneath its sprawling canopy, shadows danced, weaving a tapestry of light and dark, a haunting waltz that echoed the turmoil of hearts ensnared within its roots. I crouched beside the tree, my pulse racing, each beat a drum roll heralding the chaos that was about to erupt. The whispers of the wind curled around me, each breath a ghostly reminder of age-old secrets and promises broken. The oak stood sentinel, a witness to the loves and losses of 1,000 lifetimes. I could feel its strength, its sorrow, and yet there was a vulnerability there too, a tenderness that belied its rugged exterior. This was no mere tree, it was a memory, a monument to the lives entangled within its boughs. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as Anna stumbled into the clearing, her breath ragged, eyes wide with fear. "They're coming! They're coming," she gasped, her voice a raw edge of panic slicing through the stillness. I could see the wildness in her eyes, the desperation that clawed at her heart, making her a living embodiment of chaos. The oak, once a bastion of strength, now felt like a cage, confining us both within its haunting embrace. But it wasn't the pursuit that chilled us, it was the weight of our choices, the terrible burden of what we had awakened. The tales of old echoed in my mind, a dark melody of sacrifice and regret. I had always romanticized the oak, revered it as the heart of Celtic tradition, a symbol of wisdom and endurance. But tonight, it felt more like a noose tightening around our necks. I remember the stories. Anna's voice trembled as she clutched the bark, her fingers digging into the rough exterior. The Druids used to gather here. They believed the oak held the power of life and death. Do you think it could protect us? Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I could hear the rustling leaves, a quiet murmur in response, as if the tree itself were contemplating our plight. Protect us, I echoed, my voice a bitter whisper. Or condemn us? What if we're the ones who unleash the darkness? As the shadows grew longer, I thought of Ewan. He was back there, in the town, caught in the grip of something far more sinister than we had anticipated. The look in his eyes the last time we met, that mix of defiance and despair, haunted me. I should have stopped him, I murmured, guilt clawing at my insides. He thought he could commune with the spirits, but what if he only drew them closer? Anna's gaze pierced through me, her vulnerability morphing into fierce determination. If Ewan's lost, we must go back. We can't leave him. Not like that. But the tree's roots twisted deeper in my mind, binding me in uncertainty. What if returning is the very thing that seals his fate? The words slipped from my lips like poison, tainting the air between us. I felt the weight of the oak pressing upon my shoulders, its wisdom a cruel reminder that sometimes, the past can't be undone. With every glance at the ancient tree, I felt the stories of generations swirling in a maelstrom of emotions. I remembered the rituals, the Druids circling the trunk, chanting under the moonlight, offering tokens of love, of sorrow. Each offering, a thread woven into the roots, connecting us to something vast and incomprehensible. But what if the oak had grown tired of our tributes? What if it craved something more than our pleas? Do you hear that? Anna's voice trembled as she stepped back, eyes darting toward the encroaching shadows. The wind howled like a banshee, a haunting cry that resonated through the clearing. The oak groaned, its bark creaking, as if awakening from a long slumber. The whispers of the past grew louder, swirling around us, an echo of lives lost and loves betrayed. My heart raced, pulsing with the rhythm of the impending darkness. I could almost see Ewan's face, a flicker of hope etched among the lines of despair. We can't let him face this alone, I said, the words a fragile thread holding us together. In that moment, I knew we were bound by more than fate, we were entangled in a web of shared history, woven by the hands of time. Anna nodded, her resolve igniting a fire in her chest. Then we go, together. There was an electricity in her voice, a surge of purpose that coursed through me, drawing me closer to the oak. It felt alive, breathing with us, pulsing in time with our fears and hopes. And yet, the shadows writhed, a reminder that not all who walk under its boughs are blessed. The air crackled with tension as we made our way back, each step heavy with the knowledge that the oak held more than memories, it held our fate. The stories of ancient warriors and heartbroken lovers whispered through the branches, guiding us as we plunged into the darkness. I could sense the oak watching us, its immense presence a guardian and a jailer, a silent witness to our struggle. With each heartbeat, I felt the encroaching darkness, the pulse of the cosmos aligning against us, as if the universe itself were holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. We were caught in a dance of destiny, spiraling toward a confrontation that would echo through the ages. And as we stepped deeper into the night, I knew this moment would carve itself into the fabric of history, a tale of fear, love, and the relentless pursuit of connection. The oak remained behind us, a looming figure, a promise unfulfilled, an enigma draped in shadow. And as the darkness enveloped us, I couldn't help but feel that we were merely pawns in a game played long before we ever drew breath. The oak would endure, a sentinel watching over our decisions, our fears, our desires. It was a living testament to the weight of our legacy, a reminder that in the heart of the chaos, a flicker of hope still burned, waiting to be ignited. The night was thick with silence, a silence that curled around the heart like a vice, squeezing until it hurt. Beneath the vast canopy of stars, the air trembled with something unnameable, an electric tension that rippled through the darkness. I stood there, at the foot of the Bodhi tree, its gnarled roots twisting like serpents into the earth, ancient and wise. My pulse quickened, each beat echoing the desperation in my chest. This tree had witnessed centuries of longing, despair, and hope. Maya knelt beside me, tears glistening in her eyes like dew on a spider's web. Her fingers grazed the rough bark, as if searching for answers within its fibers. "It's here," she whispered, her voice fragile and haunting, barely rising above the murmurs of the night. "I can feel it." Her breath hitched, and I knew full well the storm brewing inside her. The weight of loss hung heavy in the air, a shroud that threatened to suffocate us both. "Do you really think it can save us?" I asked, my voice trembling, a thin veneer of hope cracking under the pressure of despair. The shadows around us danced, swirling like memories we couldn't grasp, and I felt the weight of my own failures pressing down like a leaden cloak. The Bodhi tree stood tall, a silent witness to our pain, but could it truly offer salvation? Maya's gaze flickered to the ground, where the darkness threatened to swallow her whole. "If it saved the Buddha, maybe it can save us." Her voice cracked, and I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they clutched at the earth for stability. She was a candle flickering in a tempest, and I wanted to shield her from the winds of fate, but I was just as lost. Then there was Raj, his face a mask of agony and resolve, looming behind Maya like a ghost tethered to the past. "We can't give in to this," he urged, his voice a low growl, full of a desperation that mirrored my own. "We're stronger than this darkness." But I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, the haunting specter of grief that lurked just beneath the surface. Raj was haunted by the echoes of his own failures, the choices that led him to this moment, and it felt like the air was thick with ghosts, our shared past, our regrets, a cacophony of what ifs. Maya turned to him, frustration flaring like a match kindled in a gust of wind. "You don't understand. You weren't there. I lost everything." The words spilled out, raw and jagged, slicing through the night with the sharpness of a blade. Her pain was palpable, a living, breathing thing that crawled beneath my skin. I could feel her sorrow, a bitter tide that threatened to pull us all under. "Neither were you." Raj shot back, and the tension crackled between them, a storm building on the horizon. I could feel my heart racing, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal desperate for freedom. "We're here now. Let's not waste this moment." But moments felt like grains of sand slipping through our fingers, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all teetering on the edge of an abyss. The Bodhi tree loomed above us, its leaves rustling with secrets it could not share. I closed my eyes, imagining the countless souls who had sought refuge beneath its boughs, each one carrying the weight of their own burdens, their own dreams. What would it feel like to be liberated from that weight, to let go of the past that clung to us like a shadow? I longed for it, a yearning deep within my core, but the fear of what lay ahead gripped me tighter than any chain. "Maya," I whispered, my voice barely a breath, What if this tree can't help us? What if it's just a tree? My heart raced as the words escaped, a challenge thrown into the void. The night held its breath, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the world tilting on its axis. She turned to me, her eyes ablaze, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of hope dying in her gaze. Then what are we fighting for? The question hung heavy between us, a weight that threatened to crush the air from my lungs. I wanted to tell her that perhaps this was all just an illusion, that we were chasing shadows in the dark, but I couldn't. The truth was too painful, too raw. Raj stepped forward, a storm of determination in his eyes. We fight for each other. We fight because we have to. But I could see flaws in his bravado, the cracks in his armor. He was just as terrified as we were, and the fear of losing everything again loomed over us like a specter. The clock in my mind ticked loudly, each second stretching into eternity. Time felt like an ocean, vast, uncharted, and unrelenting. What awaited us here beneath this ancient tree? Enlightenment? Release? Or the bitter taste of regret? I felt the weight of my own decisions, the burden of choices that had led us to this moment. Maya knelt again, fingers digging into the earth, as if hoping the roots would whisper secrets to her. Please, just give me a sign, she urged the universe, the heavens, anything that would show her the way. The Bodhi tree stood unyielding, a sentinel of time, and I could almost hear it breathing, its wisdom echoing in the stillness. And then, as if awakening from a dream, Raj knelt beside her, his hand resting gently on her back. We'll find the light, he vowed, a promise woven with desperation. I felt the energy shift between them, a fragile bond of trust kindling in the air. It was beautiful, yet terrifying, a delicate dance on the precipice of despair. I stood in that moment, feeling the weight of my own choices, the fear that gripped my heart, and I wondered if we would find a way through this darkness. But the Bodhi tree remained, a silent witness to our struggles, its roots entwined with our shared pain. The night deepened, and the stars shimmered above, distant yet close. I could feel the pulse of the universe in that stillness, the heartbeat of something greater than ourselves. And as the shadows danced around us, I knew in that moment, this was just the beginning of a long, winding path. The confrontation with our own selves was yet to come, a journey we would undertake together, beneath the ancient, watchful gaze of the Bodhi tree. The wind howled through the gnarled branches of the olive tree, each gust a mournful whisper, a haunted echo of a tragedy no one could escape. Shadows danced around its ancient trunk, where time itself seemed to bow before the weight of history. Beneath the pale, watchful moon, two figures stood, their hearts pounding like war drums, the air thick with the scent of earth and something more sinister, betrayal. I remember the coldness of the night pressing against my skin, a shiver that wasn't just from the temperature, but something darker, curling its fingers around my spine. The silence was not empty, it was charged, crackling with unspoken dread. I could feel the pulse of the olive tree, a living witness to the agony spilling forth. I could feel it all, the betrayal, the anger, the sorrow. Athena, fierce and radiant, stood rooted like the tree, her eyes aflame with indignation. She had given the gift of the olive tree to Athens, a symbol of peace, wisdom, and perseverance, yet here she was, at a precipice. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between pride and a haunting sense of loss. I could see the shadows of countless dreams flickering in her gaze, ambition swirling like leaves in the wind, each one a reminder of what was at stake. And then there was Yggdrasil, his brow furrowed, a storm brewing within him, a tempest of desire and desperation. He had been a friend once, loyal as the sun rises, but now he was a fractured soul, his heart heavy with a choice that felt like a dagger in his gut. What have we become? He whispered, the words escaping like a prayer, or perhaps a curse. His hands trembled, hovering over the very roots of Athena's gift, as if he might draw strength from the tree itself. Yet with every heartbeat, doubt clawed at him, taunting him with visions of glory or ruin. I remember the night we carved our names into the trunk of that olive tree. Young and foolish, we believed nothing could touch us, that the bonds we forged were unbreakable. But time has a way of twisting loyalty into something unrecognizable, shattering dreams into shards that cut deeper than any blade. The olive tree had witnessed our laughter, our secret confessions beneath its sprawling branches. It had sheltered us, and now it stood as a symbol of everything we had lost. "Tell me it's not too late," Yggdrasil implored, his voice cracking like dry earth underfoot. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. He looked at Athena, searching for hope in her eyes, but found only the reflection of his own despair. The olive leaves rustled ominously around us, as if the tree itself were mourning our impending doom. "What if I can't choose?" he added, desperation clawing at his throat. Athena turned away, her heart a fortress, walls built high from past betrayals. "You must choose, Yggdrasil. The city needs a leader, not a coward." Her voice trembled, betraying the strength she tried to exude. The moonlight caught the glint of tears in her eyes, turning them into shards of silver, beauty mingled with anguish. "You're tearing us apart. The tree can't heal what's broken if you refuse to decide." Time felt like a predator, stalking us through the shadows, each tick of the clock echoing in the silence. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the olive tree, every pulse resonating with the weight of unfulfilled promises. I felt the pressure rising, a tangible thing wrapping around my ribs. This was more than a choice, this was the very essence of existence, of what it meant to be human, flawed and fragile. Yggdrasil took a step closer to Athena, his breath ragged. "What if I gave it all up? What if I could erase the pain?" He reached out, fingers trembling, as if to grasp the very air between them, but she recoiled, the distance between them now a chasm. The olive tree stood silent, a sentinel of their heartbreak, its branches heavy with fruit, ripe with potential and yet burdened by the weight of their choices. The night deepened, darkness wrapping around us like a shroud. I could see the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, as Athena's resolve wavered. "You think it's easy for me," she snapped, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "You think I want to choose between my duty and my heart?" This tree was a gift, Yggdrasil, a symbol of hope, and now, she paused, her voice faltering, now it feels like a curse. Yggdrasil's eyes clouded with regret, memories flooding back, the laughter, the dreams, the promises made under the very branches that now felt like prison bars. "We were supposed to be invincible," he murmured, almost to himself. "We were supposed to change the world." But the weight of sorrow tethered him, a ghost haunting every step he tried to take. "What if I can't live with what's to come?" The olive tree stood tall, an unyielding witness to their turmoil, its roots intertwined with the fabric of their history, binding them together even as they threatened to tear apart. I could sense the earth trembling beneath us, the very soil vibrating with the echoes of ancient tales. It was a tapestry of fate woven with threads of conflict, each strand pulsing with the weight of their emotions. The air crackled, tension rising like a storm, and in that moment, I understood that there was no simple resolution. Their hearts were intertwined with the olive tree, a living testament to their struggles, their dreams, their failures. The olive branches were stained with their tears, and the fruit bore the bitterness of their choices. And just as the night reached its peak, as if the universe held its breath, they stood there, teetering on the edge of the abyss, knowing that whatever choice Yggdrasil made would rip through the very fabric of their lives, leaving scars deep enough to last 1,000 lifetimes. The wind howled again, and the olive tree swayed, its branches whispering secrets of old, yet still hopeful, still alive. This was not an ending, it was a beginning, woven into the roots of the olive tree, beneath its watchful gaze, with shadows whispering promises and fears, where time stood still, waiting for the moment when the fruit would finally fall. The night breathed with a stillness that was almost a tangible weight, a thick cloak draping over the village, stifling sounds and muffling breaths. Beneath the shrouded moonlight, the ash tree stood sentinel, its gnarled limbs clawing at the sky, whispering secrets only the wind could understand. The air crackled, heavy with foreboding, as if the very ground beneath held its breath, teetering on the edge of something unspeakable. I remember the moment my heart stumbled, an echoing thud that felt like thunder in my chest. It was there, beneath that ancient ash, when Clara, my sister, knelt, her fingers tracing the rough bark, a blend of fear and fascination flickering in her eyes. She was always drawn to the mysterious, the dark corners of our world that I dared not touch. But tonight was different, a tempest brewed in her gaze, a storm that mirrored the chaos raging within her soul. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves above. I didn't want to hear anything. I wanted to escape, to retreat into the safety of ignorance. But the whispers grew louder, and with them, my dread tightened around my throat, silencing my protest. The ash tree, a remnant of unyielding time, was a bridge between worlds, a conduit for restless spirits. I felt the pulse of its roots beneath my feet, a reminder of the lives it had witnessed, the legends it had cradled close to its heart. In the shadows, I noticed Thomas, our neighbor, his face pale as moonlight, reflecting the terror that had gripped our small hamlet. His eyes were wide, glazed over with disbelief. "It's just an old tree," he stammered, as if saying it aloud could banish the chill that had sunk into our bones. But he knew, oh, he knew. The legends were tattooed on the very fabric of our existence, the stories of the ash tree woven into the whispers of our ancestors. It was said to be the home of the Norns, the weavers of fate, and in its embrace, the fates of men were spun and tangled. "Thomas," I whispered, gripping his arm, "we shouldn't be here." His gaze flicked to Clara, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of an old flame, a connection that sparked like dry kindling. They had once been inseparable, bound by shared laughter and late-night confessions beneath that very tree. But the ash held more than memories, it held their past, twisted and dark. "I have to know," Clara breathed, her eyes glistening with an obsession I couldn't comprehend. A chill raced down my spine as she stood, drawing closer to the trunk, the bark now seeming to pulse with an otherworldly energy. I could hear the thrum of ancient narratives, each one a heartbeat, each one a life lost and found. What if it tells us? What if it shows us? But I felt a pull, a tugging dread that clawed at the edges of my resolve. Legend spoke of those who sought knowledge from the ash, their inquiries met with a price, a sacrifice demanded by the very spirit of the tree. And as Clara pressed her palm against the surface, I felt the ground shift beneath me, not in the physical sense, but within the very fabric of reality. The air thickened, swirling with potential and peril, and time stretched and folded like the layers of a forgotten map. "Clara!" I called, my voice breaking, a desperate plea. But she was lost, consumed by the enchantment of the ash, her laughter echoing eerily against the backdrop of the night. "You don't understand." My heart raced, the rhythm quickening as shadows danced around us, beckoning with a sinister promise. "I remember," she began, but the words were swallowed by the night, and all that remained was the weight of her determination. The ash tree loomed above us, a living monument to every choice, every sacrifice made in the name of desire. I watched as Clara surrendered, the last remnants of caution evaporating in the presence of something vast, something divine and terrifying. In that moment, I was both spectator and prisoner, caught in the spiraling tension between love and fear. I could see the ghosts of our ancestors swirling around us, their faces twisted in anguish and ecstasy, yearning to share their knowledge, to impart lessons learned at a cost too high. The air shimmered, heavy with the unspoken truths that hovered just out of reach. It was a dance of fate, a game of shadows played on the edge of our reality. Thomas stepped forward, his resolve crumbling. "Clara, think of the stories. Think of the people who never came back." His words hung in the air, a desperate bid to tether her to the living world. But she was slipping into the realm where myths breathed and darkness lingered, where the ash tree held court over the destinies of mortals. There was a moment, a heartbeat suspended in time, where I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the ash tree shuddering as if awakening from an eternal slumber. Clara's gaze locked onto mine, and in her eyes, I saw the abyss, a chasm of what she longed to uncover at any cost. It was a reflection of my own fear, an echo of my own unfulfilled desires. And then everything shattered. A sudden gust of wind roared through the branches, an anguished wail that ripped through the night. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of voices rising in a crescendo that threatened to drown us. "Cursed! Cursed!" they screamed, and my heart plummeted. Clara stumbled back, the spell broken, her face pale with realization. The ash tree was not just a keeper of stories, it was a guardian of curses, a harbinger of consequences. I felt the weight of destiny pressing down upon us, and in that moment of clarity, I understood. The ash tree was the spine of our world, connecting the living to the lost, the joyous to the damned. With a single heartbeat, everything shifted, and as the wind howled and the shadows danced, we stood at the precipice of our own fate, lost in a web woven by the ancient hands of fate. And as we retreated, our breaths ragged with fear and revelation, I knew this wasn't the end. The ash tree loomed behind us, a watchful sentinel over our lives, its roots tangled in our past, intertwining with our futures, forever whispering, forever waiting. The fig tree stood alone, its twisted branches silhouetted against a blood-red sunset. Each leaf quivered in the sultry breeze, whispering secrets of love, loss, and betrayal. I felt the vibration of the earth beneath my feet, the pulse of something ancient and unspeakable brewing in the shadows. I had come to this place, drawn by memories that clung to me like a second skin, tethering me to moments that should have been buried. There was Marco, skin glistening like polished marble, a smile that held the sun captive. He was everything I was not, bold, reckless, a poet of the wild. I remember the way he laughed as if he could swallow the world whole, his voice a melody that danced on the wind. Yet the same laughter was absent now, replaced by hollow echoes in the stone walls of our forgotten town. It was just a whisper of what had been as I approached the fig tree, the air thick with tension. "Why did you come back?" Marco's words cut through the stillness, jagged and unyielding like shards of glass. He emerged from the shadows, eyes dark and stormy, mirroring the tempest roiling inside me. A part of me wanted to run, to escape the truth that had chased me halfway across the Mediterranean, but the other part, a darker, more desperate part, longed to confront the ghosts of our past. I remember, the phrase slipped from my lips, a confessional prayer. I remember how we danced under this tree, the sweet smell of figs and the summer heat wrapping around us like a lover's embrace. I could almost taste the sweetness, almost feel the warmth of those sun-soaked days. But those memories were tainted now, rusted with regret and shadows that stretched too far. "Do you even know what you've done?" His voice trembled, layered with pain. I could see it coiling around him, a suffocating fog of memories he couldn't shake off. Marco had always been sensitive, his heart laid bare, but life had taught him to guard it fiercely. I had shattered something precious, and the shards were buried deep within both of us. With each word, we ventured deeper into the garden of our shared history, a labyrinth of dreams and nightmares. I could almost hear the fig tree sigh, as if it too bore witness to our struggle, to the laughter that had once filled the air like the songs of birds. But it was all gone now, leaving an echo that felt like a knife twisting in my gut. I didn't mean for it to end like this, I found myself pleading, the weight of my choices crashing down like waves against a cliffside. I thought time would heal us, that distance would lessen the ache. But time had only carved deeper lines into our hearts, deepening the fissures that threatened to consume us. I could feel the clock ticking, each second a reminder of our lost moments, the preciousness of what could have been. His face was a canvas of conflicting emotions, anger, denial, a flicker of something softer beneath the surface. "You can't just waltz back into my life after all this time and expect it to be the same. You think I'm still that boy who fell in love with you beneath these branches? You left me in ruins." The accusation hung in the air, raw and exposed. Night descended, spilling darkness like spilled ink across the sky. Stars blinked into existence, distant and indifferent, as if mocking our plight. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, specters of the past urging me to remember what we had lost. I closed my eyes and felt the cool breeze wrap around me, each gust a reminder of our fragile humanity. "I remember," I whispered again. "I remember the way you kissed me like it was the end of the world, as if I were your salvation." My voice faltered, the weight of nostalgia pressing down on me like a heavy shroud. "And now?" "Now I'm just a ghost to you." "Maybe that's all we ever were," Marco snapped, the bitterness lacing his words like poison. Phantoms, haunting the corners of each other's lives. The fig tree bore silent witness, its roots deep in the soil of our intertwined fates. Time felt like a fickle companion, and I realized I had come back not just to confront Marco but also to confront myself. Each heartbeat echoed the mistakes I had made, the choices that had led me to this precipice, a chasm opening beneath my feet, threatening to swallow me whole. "What do you want from me?" His voice softened, a fragile thread weaving through the tension. "Do you want forgiveness? Do you want me to pretend the pieces of my heart fit back together like they used to?" My heart raced, a tempest of longing and despair. "I don't know," I confessed, vulnerability spilling over the edges like a broken dam. I don't know if I'm asking for forgiveness or a second chance. Maybe I just need to feel something again, anything. Silence hung heavy between us, thick and suffocating, like the air before a storm. I could see the flicker of his face in the dim light, the shadows playing tricks, revealing glimpses of the boy I once loved. Our lives had spiraled into chaos, but here, beneath the fig tree, I understood that chaos was a reflection of our passions and pain, a reminder that we were alive. Then let's scream, he finally said, his voice a low growl. Let's tear down the walls we built and let the world hear us. The intensity of his words, the rawness of his emotions, ignited something deep within me. And in that moment, we became something more than just lost souls. We became the embodiment of the storm, the fury that battled against the night, awakening the ghosts of what was and what could never be. As we stood there, beneath the fig tree, the air thick with unspoken words, I felt time slipping away, the stars above whispering secrets of hope and despair. The night was alive, a canvas painted with our pain, our dreams intertwining like the branches overhead. I reached out to him, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine, a fleeting connection that trembled with possibility. The echoes of our past thundered in my ears, but we were still here, two broken halves searching for wholeness in the shadows. And as the night deepened, I realized we were more than just ghosts, we were survivors, bound by something that could not be easily defined or forgotten. And so we began to scream, a cacophony of emotion rising to the heavens, mingling with the stars, a symphony of our shattered past and an uncertain future. The fig tree stood tall, a silent guardian of our stories, its branches reaching into the cosmos as if to remind us that even in darkness, there is a flicker of light, a promise that we are never truly alone. The storm roared outside, thrashing against the birch trees like a wild beast in the night. Each gust of wind sent a shiver through the air, a bone-chilling reminder of the world outside, untamed, unpredictable. I stood there, frozen in that moment, staring at the white bark glistening under the pale moonlight. It was almost alive, breathing, its branches clawing upward, desperate for an escape, for a connection to something beyond. The storm mirrored the chaos inside me, and I felt the pulse of the birch, steady and haunting, as if it were calling for me, whispering secrets I was too afraid to understand. Yelena was kneeling beside the tree, her fingers tracing the rough texture of the bark, seeking solace. The bitterness of her sorrow clung to her like a second skin. "Why did you leave me?" she murmured, the wind snatching her words and flinging them into the night. Her voice was raw, a haunting melody that echoed through the trees, and I could feel the weight of her grief pressing down on us both. I had watched her break, piece by piece, since he vanished, her husband, her heart, lost to the woods, claimed by the shadows. The birch stood sentinel, watching over her despair, a silent witness to the devastation of life. I couldn't bear to see her like this, consumed by memories that spiraled into nightmares. The birch tree, it had been their sanctuary, a place where laughter once danced among the leaves. Now, it was a monument of loss, a reminder that love, like life, could be fleeting. I wanted to reach out, to pull her away from the brink of her sorrow, but the moment paralyzed me. There was something sacred about that tree, something that held her captive, and I was terrified that any attempt to sever that bond would send her spiraling deeper into darkness. The storm intensified, and the branches of the birch seemed to sway in a frantic dance, as if they were warning us of something. I remembered the old tales, how the birch was revered among our people, a vessel for spirits, a bridge between the living and the dead. It was said that the trees could feel the weight of sorrow, that they absorbed the pain of those who sought refuge beneath their boughs. Yelena had come here to bleed her heart dry into the earth, but I feared the tree was growing heavier with her despair. "Yelena," I whispered, stepping closer, the ground squelching beneath my feet. "We need to go. You can't keep doing this to yourself." My voice cracked, the words jagged and painful. I was terrified of shattering the fragile grip she had on her sanity, yet the urgency clawed at my chest. I knew I had to try. She turned her gaze to me, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, reflecting the silver light of the moon. "You don't understand," she breathed, each word a ghost. "He's here. I can feel him. He's in the tree." As if conjured by her sorrow, a gust of wind shook the branches violently, sending a flurry of leaves spiraling around us, swirling like fragments of a lost memory. I stumbled back, the air thick with unspoken dread. "Yelena, listen," I began, but the words hung heavy in the air, caught in the grip of our shared grief. The storm raged, and suddenly, the birch swayed ominously. I could hear whispers, muted and fleeting, whispering her name, echoing through the night. It was chilling, spine-tingling, the very essence of the past clawing its way into our present. I wanted to scream, to shake her and pull her back from the edge, but I was caught in the web of her pain. "I remember the day we first carved our initials into this tree," she said, her voice thick with longing. "He said it would always protect us, that it would keep our love alive." Her fingers trembled against the bark, tracing familiar patterns, but it wasn't the warmth of memories that surged through her, it was the icy grip of obsession. I wanted to tear her away, to save her from the depths of despair, yet I was paralyzed by her fierce devotion. The wind howled, and with it came a thunderous crack. I looked up, heart racing, as a limb broke loose and fell to the ground, right between us, a warning, a sign, or perhaps a curse. The birch had spoken, but its language was one of foreboding. "Yelena!" I shouted, but the words faded, swallowed by the chaos. She fell to her knees, the earth trembling around her, as if the very ground mourned with her. "I can't let him go," she sobbed, scratching at the bark, blood mingling with the rain. "He's still here," he promised. Her voice trailed off, fading into despair, and my heart sank to the depths of the earth, heavy as stone. What was it about loss that bound us so tightly, that made us cling to shadows as if they were the very essence of life? And then I saw it, an apparition, flickering in the darkness like a distant star fighting through the storm. A figure, half-formed, drifting between the trees, a glimpse of a memory, a whisper of a name. "Yelena!" I screamed, but she was entranced, caught in the grip of a ghostly embrace. The birch hummed with energy, and the air crackled with emotion, as though the world itself held its breath. I felt a surge of anger, desperation clawing at my insides. "You have to let him go. He's not here anymore. This tree is just wood and bark." The words felt like venom on my tongue, bitterness rising as I fought against the tide of grief that threatened to drown us both. But her gaze remained fixed, a wild light igniting in her eyes. "No. You don't understand," she screamed, and the sound echoed, reverberating through the storm, drowning out the thunder. "He is here. I can feel him. We'll be together again." The storm raged on, the wind screaming around us, and I knew that the confrontation was inevitable. Beneath the surface, the birch tree pulsed with energy, a tether tying Yelena to the past, and I was caught in the crossfire of her desperation. I could almost see the shadows gathering, the spirit swirling in the night, and I felt the ground quaking beneath our feet, as if it were preparing to swallow us whole. I looked up at the birch, its white bark glowing like a beacon in the storm, and I remembered the stories, the ones that spoke of sacrifice, of ancient rituals bound to the roots of the earth. The birch was sacred, a lifeline to the other side, but it was also a harbinger of despair, a reminder that love could turn to obsession, that grief could consume even the purest of spirits. "Yelena, please," I whispered, my heart racing, each beat a desperate plea. "You have to come back to me. Don't let him take you away." The winds howled, and I felt her slipping through my fingers, slipping into the shadows, into the heart of the storm. The birch loomed large, and in that moment, it felt less like a protector and more like a prison, holding her captive in a web of heartbreak and longing. The storm raged on, dragging us deeper into its chaotic embrace, and the birch tree stood, silent, sacred, and endlessly heart-wrenching. I could only hope that, somehow, in the cacophony of sorrow and loss, we would find a way back to each other, before the storm claimed us both. The night hung thick, heavy with an oppressive silence, broken only by the distant howl of a jackal. Beneath the massive Baobab tree, its gnarled branches stretched like frozen fingers clawing at the moon, I stood trembling, heart racing, each beat echoing the whispers of my ancestors. Shadows danced across the ground, twisting and turning like lost souls, each flicker igniting the air with an unshakable dread. "Nia," I muttered, the name a silent plea, desperate enough to shatter the quiet. Where was she? The earth beneath me was warm, its pulse steady, but the fear coursing through me chilled to the bone. I remembered her laughter, bright, like sunlight spilling over a river, and now it felt like a haunting memory, a ghost that refused to leave. She had kissed me that morning, her lips soft and warm, a promise of life that now felt like an echo fading into darkness. I had seen the unease in her eyes, the way she glanced at the tree, as if it were alive, as if it held secrets that sought to swallow her whole. "Come back to me," I whispered into the vastness, the words cracking like dry leaves. The Baobab loomed above, a titan of despair, its bark twisted and worn, a testament to centuries of stories. It was said to be a guardian, a witness to the lives it sheltered, yet that night, it felt like a monstrous sentinel, watching, waiting. An ache twisted in my chest. I turned, the moonlight catching the tears on my cheeks. There was nothing but the rustling of the leaves, a quiet symphony of uncertainty, and deep in the shadows, I could sense something stirring, an ancient force that breathed with the rhythm of the earth. I could almost hear it whispering, "Near. Near," and then I saw him, Kofi, my brother, a mere silhouette against the luminous backdrop of the sky. He emerged from the thicket, his eyes wide, glistening with panic. "They're coming," he gasped, his breath shallow, like the last gasps of a dying flame. "We have to go. Now. Where's Nia?" My voice cracked, a plea wrapped in desperation. He shook his head, fear painting his features. "I don't know. She was chasing the fireflies. I thought she was with you." Fireflies. I remembered the way she chased them, her laughter ringing through the night, a melody that now felt like a cruel joke. The haunting beauty of it twisted in my gut as I imagined her, alone, lost in the shadows. "We can't leave her," I yelled, the words sharp as glass, slicing through the thick air. Kofi grabbed my arm, his grip firm, grounding me for just a moment. "If we don't leave now, we'll be the ones lost. You know what they say about the tree." The tree. The stories whispered among the villagers, of spirits lurking, of souls trapped in its embrace, waiting for the foolish to wander too close. I shivered at the thought, the legends wrapping around my heart like icy chains. I glanced back at the Baobab, its bark seeming to pulse with an energy of its own, a heartbeat that synchronized with my own. What if she's in there? Kofi's eyes darkened, shadows dancing across his face. "Then we'll have to come back. We'll come back together." But how could I abandon her? Nia, with her firefly laughter, her heart as wild as the night sky, was a part of me. I felt the weight of her absence like a stone in my chest, dragging me down, pulling me toward the tree, toward the unknown. Suddenly, a soft glow flickered from within the thicket, illuminating the darkness. "Nia?" I called out, my voice trembling, the panic threading through me like a strangled vine. The glow grew brighter, a beacon pulling me closer. It was captivating, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. "Nia!" The wind howled, and with it came an unsettling chill, wrapping around my spine. Kofi pulled me back, his face a mask of fear. "Don't you see? It's a trap." But the pull was irresistible. I fought against his grip, heart pounding with reckless courage. "I can't leave her." I broke free, racing toward the light, fear and hope igniting a fire within me. The night air was alive with whispers, secrets swirling like smoke. I plunged into the thicket, branches clawing at my skin, but the glow was all I could see. "Nia!" I cried, desperation fueling my every step. And there she was, illuminated under the Baobab, her silhouette framed by the otherworldly radiance, swaying as if entranced. "Nia!" I reached for her, but the moment my fingers brushed against her arm, the world shifted. The ground trembled, the air thickened, and I felt the very essence of the Baobab breathing, alive and aware, ancient and wise. "You shouldn't have come here," her voice echoed, distant and hollow, as if she were trapped in a dream. "What do you mean?" My heart raced, reality slipping like sand through my fingers. "We need to go. Now." But she stood there, eyes glazed, lost in a trance. I felt the tug of despair as I watched her slip from my grasp, a ghost fading into the darkness of her own mind. "Nia!" I shouted, my voice a raw plea slicing through the heavy air. Kofi emerged behind me, panic etched on his face. "We have to run." But I couldn't move, couldn't tear my gaze from her. A storm raged inside me, a tumult of love and fear. I was bound to her, chained by a heart that refused to let go. "It's too late," she whispered, the words a haunting caress, wrapping around me like a shroud. "I can feel them, they're coming." The shadows deepened, twisting, morphing into figures, phantoms rising from the ground, lost souls drawn to her light. I felt the air thicken, a suffocating weight pressing down. "Nia! Fight it!" But her eyes were empty now, the glow fading, and in that moment, I understood the truth. Some myths are woven into the fabric of our being, an inescapable fate. And as the darkness enveloped us, I could only think of the stories, the whispers of the ancients, warning us of the cost of love and the price of the Baobab tree. In that heartbeat of despair, the world narrowed, and all that remained was the tree, the shadows, and the echo of her name, forever lost, forever calling. A sharp wind slices through the night, an icy whisper that twists the willow branches like skeletal fingers reaching for something lost. The moon hangs low, casting a silver glow that dances on the water's surface, but it does nothing to illuminate the shadows that lurk beneath. I stand at the water's edge, heart pounding, as I watch Clara's silhouette merge with the darkness, her breath caught in a shuddering gasp. She's always been drawn to the willow, the ancient tree that stands sentinel over our small town, its roots entangled with secrets older than time. "I remember the stories," she says, her voice a fragile thread in the overwhelming silence. "The one about the girl who vanished. They say she was taken by the willow, that it cradled her in its branches and swallowed her whole." Her eyes glimmer with the reflection of the moonlight, a storm brewing behind them, the weight of fear and curiosity heavy in the air. What if it happens again? I breathe, but the words feel like stones in my throat. I can't shake the feeling that the willow is watching, waiting. The townspeople always warned us to stay away, to respect its haunted power, but here we are, drawn like moths to a flame. Clara, with her wild hair and reckless spirit, has never been one to heed warnings. She's drawn to the thrill of the unknown, while I, Alex, stand tethered to reality, my heart a turbulent sea of dread and longing. She twists a lock of hair around her finger, lost in thoughts I can't fathom. I see the way her gaze drifts toward the water, and I know there's something more than curiosity lurking beneath the surface. It's an obsession, an itch she can't scratch. "Do you believe in the stories?" she asks, her voice softening, pulling me closer. "That the willow has a soul? That it knows our secrets?" "I don't know," I say, feeling the chill seep into my bones. "But I believe in you, Clara." The words tumble out before I can stop them, a confession wrapped in longing. I remember the way we used to chase fireflies, how her laughter would fill the night, how alive we felt against the backdrop of a world that often felt so mundane. But tonight? Tonight feels different. The air vibrates with something raw and electric, an intensity that leaves us both breathless. "Let's make a wish," she says suddenly, her eyes sparkling with an intensity that sends a shiver down my spine. "One that'll change everything." She steps closer to the willow, fingers grazing the bark, feeling its heartbeat beneath her palm. My heart races as I watch her. It's as if she's communing with the very essence of the tree, the whispers of ancient spirits echoing between us. "Clara, wait!" "Don't," but it's too late. The moment she steps closer, the branches twist, creaking as if in protest. I feel the ground shift beneath me, as though the earth itself is rumbling with anger or perhaps longing. The willow seems to breathe with a life of its own, a dark energy pulsating from its core that pulls at the edges of my sanity. I remember, Clara's voice fades into a chant, a lullaby woven from forgotten memories. I remember the girl beneath the willow. I remember her name. Her eyes are glassy, distant, as if she's slipping into a trance, and I feel a horrible pang of desperation clawing at my chest. "Clara!" I shout, but my voice is swallowed by the wind, my fear rising like bile in my throat. I want to reach for her, to pull her back from whatever abyss she's teetering on, but the willow stands between us, a dark sentinel. My pulse quickens, and I feel the weight of the stories bearing down on me, the girl who vanished, the whispers of the past, the curse that binds us to this tree. The night grows colder, and I glance at the water again, heart racing. Clara, we have to go, I plead, each word a desperate anchor in the storm. This isn't just a story. It's real, but she's lost, her fingers entwined with the willow's roots, as if the tree is pulling her closer, weaving her into its ancient tapestry. I can't breathe, the air thick with dread, and I wonder if this is how it ends. A low rumble rolls through the ground, and I stumble back, panic gripping me like a vice. Clara! I cry, but she turns, her eyes wide, filled with a mixture of fear and wonder. Do you see it? She gasps. It's beautiful. At that moment, the willow seems to pulse, its branches thrumming with energy, and I realize it isn't just Clara who is enchanted. Something dark and ancient is stirring, something that's been waiting for us to breathe life into its stories. I can almost hear the voices of those who disappeared, their echoes lingering in the air, warning us, beckoning us. The ground shakes again, and I step forward, determined to pull her back, to break the spell. I feel as though I'm tearing through the fabric of reality, battling the ghosts of the past. Clara, please! I reach for her, but the air thickens, and the willow's branches sway, as if to keep me away. In this moment, caught between the past and the present, between fear and desire, I realize the willow is not just a tree. It is a mirror reflecting our darkest truths, our deepest longings. It knows the stories we carry, the weight of our regrets, the dreams we dared not speak. Let's make a wish, Clara murmurs again, and I see the wildness in her eyes, the reckless abandon that both terrifies and thrills me. I want to scream, to shake her back to reality, but instead, I find myself drawn in, the stories weaving around us, pulling me deeper into the heart of the willow. With each heartbeat, the world shifts, the shadows lengthen, and the echoes of the past rise in a crescendo that threatens to engulf us. I realize in that moment that we are not alone, that the willow has witnessed our fears, our desires, and that it holds the power to transform everything we thought we knew. The air crackles with unspoken promise, and I close my eyes, feeling the weight of time pressing down on me. The stories of old swirl around us, blending into the night, and as I open my eyes, I know that this is only the beginning, a connection forged in darkness, a confrontation with the unknown waiting just beyond the willow's reach. The night is far from over, and the willow watches, waiting for its next tale to unfold. Amidst the fading light of dusk, there's a silence that weighs heavier than dread. The air is thick with the scent of impending rain, mingling with the sweet, fleeting aroma of cherry blossoms. Yuki stands at the edge of the park, her heart pounding like distant thunder, each pulse echoing the chaos in her mind. She watches the petals tumble down like soft pink snowflakes, drifting away from their branches, surrendering to the winds of time. I remember, she whispers to herself, gripping her phone tightly, the screen displaying a recent photo of her father, his smile a ghost haunting her memories. I remember the first time I saw them bloom. That spring was a cocoon of innocence, a time when her father would lift her onto his shoulders, his laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. But today, the blossoms fall like tears, a reminder that beauty is as transient as life itself. Across the park, Daikai lurks in the shadows, a man wrestling with the weight of choices made and futures lost. His hands tremble as he clutches a small cardboard box, the corners bent and worn, holding something precious yet painful. I thought I could change things, he murmurs, a bitter laugh escaping his throat. But how naive was I? He recalls the moment, screaming arguments, accusations that cut deep, hearts broken in an instant. All for what? For a dream that turned to ash in his hands. Yuki's breath catches as she catches sight of Daikai. There's a spark of recognition, a shared pain in the air. It's you, she says, an involuntary gasp escaping her lips. The air crackles with unspoken words. Memories muddled with regret hang between them, a fragile thread connecting their pasts. Daikai looks at her, eyes glistening with unshed tears, haunted by memories of laughter that turned into silence. The cherry blossoms tremble in the wind, and with them, the weight of their histories. I remember when we first kissed, Yuki continues, her voice thick with nostalgia. The moment was electrifying, set against the backdrop of a cherry-laden night, where the world faded away, and the universe became theirs alone. Sweetness turned bitter when life took a turn no one saw coming. Do you ever think about what we lost? Daikai asks, the question hanging in the air like the petals drifting toward the ground. It's the question they both avoid, but here, under the darkening sky, it feels like a confession, a shared burden. What could have been? He looks toward the horizon, where the sun dips below the skyline, painting the world in shades of longing and sorrow. Yuki watches him, the clash of emotion swelling like an ocean tide. Every day, she replies, her voice a whisper laced with raw ache. But those memories taunt me like ghosts. She gestures to the blossoms, spiraling down, each one a reminder of impermanence, of fleeting moments that slip through fingers like sand. There's an unnerving stillness, the world holding its breath, as if waiting for their next move. Daikai takes a step closer, the scent of cherry blossoms engulfing them. What if we could reclaim those moments? His voice trembles, a mix of hope and desperation clawing its way out. The weight of the past hangs heavy, yet there's a flicker of possibility in his eyes. What if we could learn to let go? Yuki's heart races, an internal battle waging between fear and desire. Let go. She echoes, the words tasting foreign on her tongue. You know that's not how it works. We can't just erase the pain. But even as she speaks, she feels an undeniable pull, the allure of a world reimagined woven beneath the fabric of their existence. The blossoms continue to drift, and with each one that falls, a piece of her heart aches. I don't want to be defined by this loss, she confesses, her voice now trembling. But how do we move forward when we're anchored to the past? Daikai reaches for her hand, the warmth of his touch igniting a fire buried beneath layers of grief. We start by understanding the beauty in transience, he whispers, his eyes searching hers. Life is not just about holding on, it's about cherishing what we had, even if it's gone. In that moment, they both feel the shadows of their past lifting, the weight becoming bearable, if only for an instant. Yet, the cherry blossoms continue to fall like clocks ticking down to the inevitable. What if I can't forget? Yuki's voice trembles, the raw vulnerability unraveling her facade. What if I'm forever haunted by these memories? Daikai nods, understanding the depth of her struggle. Then let those memories be your guide, he replies softly, a thread of sincerity woven through his words. Let them remind you that every moment is precious, that every blossom has its time. The words resonate, a haunting melody echoing through the stillness of the park. But as they stand there, caught in the throes of possibility and despair, the gathering storm overhead rumbles ominously. Raindrops begin to fall, soft at first, like whispers of fate. It's time, Yuki realizes, as the downpour begins to intensify. The petals dance frantically in the wind, swept away into a world unknown, and just like that, the illusion of control dissipates. Yuki! Daikai shouts over the roar of the rain, the urgency palpable. We can't let this moment slip away. The desperation in his voice sends shivers down her spine. Against the backdrop of chaos, she takes a step toward him, the decision heavy with significance. Maybe we need to embrace the storm, she breathes, her heart racing. Maybe we need to find our own way through this darkness. And just like that, beneath the tempest of rain and the fleeting cherry blossoms, they converge, a collision of past and present, of grief and hope, standing on the precipice of their own existence. The petals swirl around them, a flurry of pink and white, each one a testament to their intertwined fates. But as the storm rages on, darkness looms, creating a chasm filled with uncertainty. The whispers of their past echo through the torrential downpour, urging them to confront the ghosts lingering in the silence. They are left standing amidst the chaos, grappling with the fragility of life, the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms, and the bittersweet truth that even in a world of transience, there's an undeniable call to embrace every heartbeat, every breath, every moment, before it slips away forever. The air was thick with silence, an eerie stillness pressing against my chest like a weight I couldn't shake. Beneath the sprawling branches of the ancient sycamore tree, shadows danced in the dim light, whispering secrets that only the wind could carry. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the pulse of history under my feet, the ground saturated with the weight of memories long past. The bark was gnarled, twisted, like the fate of those who once sought solace beneath its canopy. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, her voice a soft lullaby against the harshness of reality, weaving tales of gods and pharaohs who had walked the earth, their whispers echoing through time. But now, standing here, I felt the presence of something far more sinister. It's just a tree, I told myself, yet my palms grew clammy, the chill creeping up my spine as a shiver of dread coursed through me. Beside me, Kinwasit, my childhood friend, clutched a crumbling scroll, his fingers trembling. His eyes burned with a mixture of fear and determination, the weight of his family's legacy heavy on his shoulders. "We have to do this," he insisted, voice barely above a whisper, his breath fogging in the cool air. "The temple's been abandoned for centuries, but the sycamore, it's a gateway." Gateway! The word hung between us, thick and suffocating. I remembered the nights we spent, lying under the stars, dreaming of adventures that felt like distant galaxies. But this was different. Kinwasit's obsession with the past had always fascinated me, yet now it felt like a noose tightening around our throats. My heart clenched at the thought that perhaps this time we were chasing ghosts that weren't meant to be disturbed. "Do you hear that?" he asked suddenly, eyes darting to the distant horizon. I strained to listen, but all I heard was the soft rustle of leaves, the mournful sigh of the wind. "It's like he calling us," he added, voice quavering. I felt my pulse quicken, a primal instinct kicking in, urging me to flee. It was at that moment that I saw her, a figure emerging from the shadows, her face obscured, but her presence unmistakable. Hatshepsut. The ghost of the pharaoh seemed to shimmer in the twilight, her regal silhouette cloaked in an aura of ethereal power. "You seek answers," she intoned, voice like thunder rolling across the desert, echoing with the authority of a buried past. Kinwasit gasped, taking a step back, his entire being trembling. I felt rooted in place, heart hammering in my chest as memories flooded back, the stories of her reign, of the battles she fought, of the bloodshed that stained her legacy. She was a symbol of strength and sacrifice, yet standing before her now, I felt the weight of her sorrow. "I remember," I whispered, unable to tear my gaze away from her haunting presence. "I remember the tales of your power, but also the betrayal, the loss." The sycamore seemed to shudder, the branches whispering in response, a chorus of ancient voices echoing my thoughts. "Power comes at a cost," she said, stepping closer. The air crackled with tension as if history itself was holding its breath. "You are drawn here for a reason. The past is not merely memory, it is a force that shapes your destiny." Kinwasit's fingers tightened around the scroll, knuckles white, his eyes pleading with me to understand. "This is not just a story, it's our legacy," he insisted. But I could see the shadows flickering in his gaze, fear, doubt, desperation. The lines between reverence and obsession were blurring, and I struggled against the urge to pull him back from the edge. Memories collided, spiraling like the wind through the sycamore's leaves. I felt the world tilt, caught between the present and the echoes of a world long gone. Time was slipping through my fingers, each second stretching into eternity, shadows lengthening and darkening my thoughts. "This tree," I murmured, my voice shaking. "It's a witness to everything, love, loss, betrayal." I couldn't shake the feeling that we were teetering on the brink of something monumental, something that could shatter our reality. The branches swayed, the sycamore groaning under the weight of its own history, its roots entwined with the blood of those who had once sought its counsel. Hatshepsut shifted, her form flickering like an old film reel, moments of glory and despair flashing across her visage. "You must choose your path wisely," she warned, a hint of sorrow threading through her voice. "The past is alive within you, Kinwasit." The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that history was not a distant memory but a living, breathing entity, eager to reclaim what was once lost. Kinwasit stepped forward, drawn to her like a moth to a flame, but I could see the danger in his longing. "No!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "Don't listen to the ghosts. This is not a game." But with every word, it felt like I was pleading with the universe itself, wrestling against an unseen force that tugged at the very fabric of our existence. And in that moment, as fear coiled around us like serpents in the dark, I remembered what my grandmother had told me: the sycamore is a bridge between worlds, a keeper of secrets and pain. I realized then that we had already crossed that bridge, that the line between the living and the dead was razor thin, and the shadows were gathering. Kinwasit turned back to me, eyes wide, reflecting the storm that raged within him. We have to awaken it, he urged, almost breathless with a fervor I couldn't comprehend. To bring back what was lost. As he spoke those words, I felt the weight of history pressing in, a suffocating reminder that some stories are not meant to be retold, some spirits not meant to be awakened. The sycamore loomed above us, ancient and wise, yet I could sense the danger coiling in its branches, ready to unleash a tempest of emotions that threatened to consume us both. And as the world around us began to shift, as the shadows deepened, I understood that we were standing at the edge of a precipice, teetering between reverence and ruin. The question loomed, echoing through time, were we ready to confront the darkness that lay beneath the roots of the sycamore, or would we become mere echoes ourselves, lost to the sands of time? Time itself was fraying, the clock ticking down toward an uncertain fate, and I knew, deep in my bones, that whatever came next would forever change us. The wind howled through the barren landscape, a twisted symphony of despair that echoed the chaos within Sarah's soul. Beneath the gnarled branches of the ancient tree, where shadows danced like lost spirits, she clutched her son's small, trembling hand, grounding herself to the earth, to the moment, as fear clawed at her heart. She had always wanted to believe that this tree was a bridge to something greater, a whisper of divine promise, a testament to life's continuity against the backdrop of ruin. But here, now, in the choking silence of dusk, the tree loomed above them, a sentinel of their deepest fears. I remember when my father told me the story of this tree, she murmured, her voice barely a breath against the wind. He said it held the wisdom of generations. That if you listened closely, it would speak to you. Her son, Daniel, with eyes like endless pools of curiosity, looked up, his innocence a stark contrast to the heaviness of the moment. Mom, is it true? Can it really talk? As she searched his gaze, she saw the flickers of hope entwined with the weight of dread. Hope that this tree might save them, dread that they were mere shadows in a world that had forgotten their names. Not in words, sweetheart. But in feelings, in dreams, she replied, her heart racing as she recalled the tales that had filled her childhood nights, stories of paradise lost, of curses and blessings intertwined. But tonight, the air was thick with a foreboding presence. With each gust of wind, the tree creaked, its branches twisting like fingers in agony, as if mourning the lives it had witnessed. Sarah squeezed Daniel's hand tighter, wishing she could shield him from the unseen horrors lurking just beyond the periphery of their tiny existence. Across the clearing, David stood, a storm brewing in his chest. He was a man of faith, yet the faith was a burden, a tangled web that ensnared his spirit. He stared at the tree, his brow furrowed, memories crashing over him like waves. He had prayed beneath its branches, sought solace in its shadow, and yet now it felt like a harbinger of doom. I remember when I thought faith could protect us, David said aloud, his voice cracking like dry twigs beneath foot. But hope is a fickle flame, isn't it? One gust of doubt and it flickers out. Sarah turned to him, her eyes ablaze with a mix of anger and desperation. And what do you want to do? Stand here and let it consume us? God is still with us, David. We need to hold on. His face hardened, the lines of worry etched deeper into his skin. Holding on isn't enough anymore. I need to know if that tree can give us answers, if it can grant us a glimpse of the beyond. What if it holds the key to everything we've lost? The tension crackled in the air, thick and oppressive as the clouds began to gather, dark and foreboding. Lightning flickered like a heartbeat in the distance, and Sarah felt the weight of despair settle upon her shoulders. Maybe it's too late for answers, she whispered, her voice cracking. Maybe we've lost the right to ask. Daniel, ever the beacon of innocent light, pulled at her sleeve. Mom, if we believe hard enough, maybe it will listen. His small face was resolute, his unyielding belief a painful reminder of the faith that had once filled her heart. In that moment, something shifted. The wind stilled, a ghostly silence enveloping them. Sarah knelt before the tree, her fingers brushing against the rough bark, feeling the ancient pulse of life that ran through it. Tree of life, she whispered, her voice trembling, if you can hear me, we need your help. Please. And as she spoke, the branches swayed, not in response, but as if caught in the throes of a bitter memory. She felt it, an echo of souls long past, their stories entwined in the very fibers of this tree. It was a place of beginnings and endings, where love and loss danced in an eternal waltz. David joined her, kneeling beside her, his heart pounding. "We are here. We're listening," he said, almost as if trying to coax life into the lifeless. The atmosphere grew heavy, thick with unshed tears, and as the storm rolled in, the first drops fell, chilling them to the bone. They were surrounded by ghosts of their own making, whispers of choices past and futures unformed. The tree loomed, both a guardian and a judge, its presence a reminder of the fragility of existence. I remember, Sarah breathed, the memories crashing over her like a tidal wave, tenacity mingling with despair. I remember love, laughter, the warmth of hands held tightly. I remember the belief that life meant something. The shadows deepened, and suddenly, the earth trembled, the branches swaying violently, a warning, a plea. They scrambled back, fear gripping them like a vice. The storm broke overhead, thunder rolling like a distant roar, yet through it all, the tree stood tall, unwavering, a testament to resilience. And in that moment of chaos, clarity struck David like a lightning bolt. "It's not just a tree," he shouted above the cacophony. "It's a reminder. A testament to the choices we make, our failures, our triumphs. It's the thread that connects us to the divine." Sarah blinked against the rain, her heart swelling with a flicker of hope. "But what if we've severed the thread?" Daniel's innocent voice cut through the tempest. "We just have to believe. We just have to believe." In that storm of fear and longing, they held on to each other, three souls bound by love, fear, and the haunting shadows of the unknown. The tree of life, their anchor in a world spiraling into chaos, was not merely wood and bark, it was the embodiment of every story told, every prayer whispered, a symbol of the eternal struggle between faith and doubt. The wind howled louder, battering them like a beast unleashed, but they stood resolute, hearts beating in unison, a fragile sanctuary amidst the storm. Each heartbeat echoed, reverberating through the storm-tossed air, as they realized they were part of a tapestry far grander than their individual lives. The tree of life was not just a relic, it was alive, and in its silence, it spoke of resilience, of hope against all odds. And as the darkness loomed, as the shadows stretched, they knew they were not alone. The air thickened with possibility, yet the storm raged on, relentless and consuming, drawing them deeper into the heart of the unknown. The tree stood witness to their fears, their dreams, and their unyielding fight for existence, weaving their fates into the very fabric of the universe, a cycle of life, death, and rebirth, unbroken, eternal. In this moment, they knew the story would continue. The moon hung in the sky, a ghostly eye watching over the world below. The air was thick, pregnant with the tension that only silence can bear. A single tree, ancient and gnarled, loomed against the backdrop of a midnight sky, its branches twisting like fingers grasping for something beyond. Beneath it, two figures stood frozen, hearts racing, caught in the grip of fate. I remember the way the bark felt beneath my fingers, rough, alive with stories of generations lost, yet somehow whispering truths that echoed against the pulse of the universe. This was no ordinary tree, this was the Axis Mundi, the cosmic pillar that connected earth and sky, life and death. My friend, Mara, trembled beside me. Her eyes shone with a mix of fear and wonder, a storm brewing deep within them. "Is it really the gateway?" she asked, her voice barely a breath, trembling like the leaves above us. I could taste the fear, a metallic tang that clung to my tongue. "It has to be," I replied, though doubt clawed at my insides. What if we were wrong? What if the stories, echoes of ancient myths, were just that, tales spun to frighten children at night? But the air thickened with something electric, something primal. It wrapped around us like a shroud as we stepped closer, the weight of the moment pressing down. I could hear the rustle of the leaves, as if they were murmuring secrets, and in that instant, I could almost see the shadows of those who had come before us, lost souls suspended between worlds. Ghosts of dreams, flickering like candle flames. "Do you think it remembers?" Mara's whisper cut through the silence, trembling with an intensity that shook me to my core. Memories flared in my mind, ghosts from my own past, my father, a scholar of the old ways, his fingers tracing the knots in wood, each one a story, each one a warning. "It remembers," he had said, voice low and serious. "It remembers everything." The tree stood resolute, an eternal witness to our fears, our hopes. I felt a surge of rage rise within me, the kind that comes from knowing what one has lost. It should remember, I snapped, my words sharper than the chill in the air. It should remember what we've sacrificed. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and my breath hitched in my throat. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, a silhouette that seemed to drink in the light. The air thickened with unease. I felt a pull, a magnetic force urging me to turn away, yet something rooted me to the spot, an invisible chain binding my feet to the earth. "Mara, we need to go," I whispered, but the words felt heavy, like stones lodged in my throat. She stared at the figure, entranced, as though it sang to a part of her that longed to be awakened. "Is it him?" she breathed, and I felt the sharp edge of despair slicing through me. That name hung between us, a ghost haunting the fringes of our reality. Daniel. The brother she lost, swallowed by the void of night, leaving a gaping wound in her heart that time had been unable to heal. For Mara, the tree was more than a pillar of the cosmos, it was a portal, a chance for reunion. The desperation in her eyes ignited an old, familiar ache within me, a longing to heal, to mend what was broken. The figure stepped closer, revealing a face shrouded in shadow, features indistinct yet achingly familiar. I felt panic clawing at my insides, threading through my body like poison. "It's not him!" I shouted, but the words faded into the night like whispers cast into the wind. Mara reached out, her trembling fingers brushing against the cool air, chasing shadows like a moth drawn to flame. "Daniel," she called, voice breaking, raw with emotion. "Is it really you?" As if summoned by her cry, the shadows shifted. An echo of laughter flickered through the branches, but it was twisted, grotesque, a mockery of the joy that once filled our lives. "Stop!" I pleaded, panic surging anew, the weight of her hope threatening to crush me. "You don't know what you're doing." But Mara was lost in a world of her own, the boundary between reality and dream blurring, led by the promises of the past. I could only watch, helpless, as she reached out to the figure, her heart laid bare, vulnerable and exposed. In that moment, time unraveled. The whispers of the leaves grew louder, a cacophony of voices swirling around us, memories locked in the knots of the wood, echoing like a heartbeat that reverberated through the fabric of the cosmos. I felt the pulse of 1,000 lives, 1,000 stories woven into the very essence of the tree, each one a testament to loss and longing. The air thickened, pressing down like an iron weight, and I gasped as the figure surged forward, breaking the barrier of shadow. It was a face I recognized but twisted by time and sorrow, eyes glimmering with a haunting familiarity. "Mara," it said, voice a ghostly echo, reverberating through the night. "I've been waiting." Her heart raced against the stillness, and I could feel the betrayal of hope curling around my own. "Daniel," she whispered, barely able to breathe, a tremor of disbelief threaded through her words. But I knew that this was not a reunion, it was a reckoning. The air crackled, thickening with fate, the moment teetering on the edge of something catastrophic. I felt the earth beneath us shift, the ancient roots of the tree quivering in response to the chaos above. "Run!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the shadows, a desperate plea lost in the night. Mara stood frozen, caught between worlds, her heart a battlefield of grief and joy. The tree creaked ominously, the branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, and I could sense the cosmos shifting, the delicate balance tipping dangerously close to destruction. In that fleeting moment, as the moon's light flickered, illuminating the darkness, I felt it, a pulse, a connection that bound us together, a shared breath that bridged the chasm of time and memory. The axis mundi shuddered, the weight of our choices hanging in the air like a storm ready to break. What happens next? The answer lies just beyond the reach of dreams, lingering in the shadows, waiting to be confronted, waiting for the moment where light and dark collide, and the heartbeats of the lost echo against the cosmic pillars that hold our world together. The wind howled like a forsaken spirit, wrapping around Timothy's trembling body as he stood before the ancient pine tree, its gnarled limbs clawing at the night sky. The moon shone down, casting ghostly shadows that danced on the forest floor, each flicker a reminder of time slipping through his fingers. He felt the weight of his father's legacy pressing down on him, a suffocating shroud of expectation mixed with the acrid scent of pine resin. "Why did you leave?" he whispered, his voice cracking under the emotional strain. "Why did you choose that tree over me?" His father, a man of wisdom and laughter, had always sought solace beneath the immense branches, claiming the pine held the secrets of the universe. Secrets! Timothy had never found them, only the gnawing emptiness that settled in his heart. Each day, he tried to weave a connection to the past, yet only threads of bitterness and regret remained. Beside him stood Lena, her hand brushing against the rough bark of the tree as if seeking comfort. An artist, she wore her emotions like colors splashed across a canvas, bright yet chaotic. "It's beautiful," she murmured, her eyes glazed with a mixture of awe and sorrow. A symbol of endurance, of life. But Timothy scoffed. "Endurance? Look at me, this tree stands tall while I'm crumbling beneath my own memories." The sharpness of his words hung in the air, heavy and accusatory. Lena turned, her expression shifting from admiration to something deeper. She knew his pain, felt it echoing within the very marrow of her bones. "I remember," Lena began, her voice soft like a whisper of wind. "I remember when my grandmother passed, the way the old oak in her backyard seemed to mourn with me. Trees feel. They remember." The pine swayed, its needles shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars, each one a fragment of a forgotten story. Timothy clenched his fists, the raw edges of his grief cutting through the static of the night. "But they're just trees. They don't grieve. They don't care. Look closer." Lena stepped toward the trunk, her reflection shimmering in the moonlight like a dream just out of reach. "They've seen everything, the wars, the love, the pain. They embody the wisdom of generations." Timothy's heart thumped violently as he recalled his father, how he'd often sit beneath that very tree, hands weathered and calloused, sharing tales of ancient spirits and lost loves. "You're wrong," he snapped, his voice rising. "It's just a tree." But the tree stood unmoved, an eternal witness to the unfolding drama of human existence. Nearby, the air thickened with tension, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for something to shift. Timothy turned away, the weight of his own insecurities and failure spiraling through him like leaves caught in a tempest. "What do you know of loss?" he challenged, his voice trembling. "What do you know of grief?" Lena stepped back, eyes wide, and for a fleeting moment, he saw the ripple of pain across her heart. "More than you think," she whispered, the moon casting her in silver. "Every brushstroke I make is a piece of me left behind. Each canvas holds my sorrow." Suddenly, the forest swelled with a chilling silence, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. The pine's branches creaked, a spectral echo of the unresolved tensions in the air. Timothy's heart raced, the shadows around him deepening, clutching at his very soul. Then came a sound, a rustling from the underbrush. Timothy's heart caught in his throat. He stepped back, fists raised, ready to confront whatever darkness lurked just beyond the glow of the moonlight. But it was only a family of deer, eyes glistening with curiosity, slipping silently into the night. His breath steadied, but the confrontation with his own fears lingered. "What if it's all meaningless?" he muttered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "What if the pine is just a prison, holding me captive to my father's dreams?" Lena reached out, fingers brushing against his forearm, grounding him. "It's not meaningless," she insisted, her voice wavering. "It's about what we choose to carry forward. The wisdom we extract from the pain." Timothy's gaze landed on the pine again, the knots in its bark resembling the scars of a life lived, weathered yet resilient. He felt a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Maybe, just maybe, there was a bridge between their pain and what lay beyond. He stepped closer, feeling the rough texture of the bark beneath his fingertips. "What if," he breathed, "what if we could turn our stories into something beautiful? Like the way this tree has transformed the scars of time into a living testament." Lena's eyes sparkled, a tide of hope washing over them. "Yes. We can shape our grief into art, into stories that resonate with others. Just like this pine, we can stand tall despite the storms." The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. This tree, this moment, was not an ending but a beginning. In its steadfastness, it offered not just wisdom but a profound connection to the past, a chance to forge something new. I remember, Timothy whispered, the weight of his father's absence pressing against his heart. I remember the laughter, the stories. I don't want to forget. Then don't, Lena urged, her voice a soothing balm against his jagged edges. Embrace it. Let it guide you, like the branches reaching for the stars. The night seemed to breathe alongside them, the pine swaying gently as if nodding in agreement. In that stillness, Timothy felt the tension dissolve, replaced by something powerful and enduring, a flicker of hope against the vast expanse of the cosmos. And as the shadows danced, Timothy and Lena stood beneath the ancient pine, not just witnesses to a life lived, but creators of their own story, bound together by the wisdom etched into the very fabric of existence. The air crackled with possibility, a silent pact, promising that their journey had only just begun. Under the bruised sky, where the sun bleeds its last light into the horizon, the sacred fig tree stands, monumental and ancient, its gnarled branches twisting like the riddles of fate. The wind moans, carrying whispers of prayers and secrets told beneath its canopy. I can feel it in my bones, an electric pulse, as if the very earth is alive with stories, lurking in the shadows, beckoning to be heard. This isn't just a tree, it's a witness to the weight of existence, a keeper of hearts, loyal and broken. I remember the night when Arjun first brought me here. Desperation danced in his eyes, shadows lurking like feral beasts. It's this fig tree, he said, his voice a trembling leaf caught in a tempest. They say it holds the power to cleanse the soul. I scoffed, brushing aside his fervor with a laugh that felt hollow, yet inside me, a tiny flame flickered, curiosity mingled with dread. Arjun was flawed, a tapestry of contradictions. He wore his heart like an overcooked meal, burnt, yet undeniably rich in flavor. A seeker of truth, he had devoted his life to the teachings of Jainism, even as the world around him crumbled into chaos and despair. His fervent belief in non-violence often clashed with the darker impulses of humanity, those instincts that claw at the surface, raw and unrefined. He wanted to save me, to drag me into the light, but little did he know, I was already ensnared in my own shadows. Beside us stood Myra, her quiet strength a stark contrast to Arjun's fervor. She felt like the calm before the storm, a storm that brewed just beneath her surface. I watched her fingers tremble as they traced the bark of the fig tree, her touch reverent, almost pleading. "We're on the brink of something," she murmured, and in her voice, I heard the echo of dreams unfulfilled, ghosts of choices haunting her every thought. She sought solace here, but I could see the turmoil in her eyes, a battle raging within, torn between duty and desire. As the sunset draped the world in shades of crimson and despair, I felt the tension rise, an undercurrent electric and raw. The fig tree stood sentinel, its leaves rustling like the whispers of the lost, and I knew something was about to break. "You need to confront your fears," Arjun urged, his voice filled with an urgency that made my skin prickle. I wanted to laugh at the absurdity. How could he expect me to face my demons when I was still grappling with the specters of my past? But the air thickened, heavy with unspoken words, and the moment stretched infinitely. I remember the feeling, the weight of stagnation, of being caught in a web spun by time itself. The sacred tree loomed above us, a silent partner in our confrontation. What if we're not meant to change? I spat, anger pouring from my lips like poison. What if this is all there is? A cycle of pain and regret. Myra's gaze pierced through me, a sharp shard of ice. "Then we must find a way," she replied, her tone steady, yet a tremor of doubt flickered beneath. Her resolve was fragile, like glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. The fig tree, its roots dig deep, unseen beneath the surface. It symbolizes our journey. We must get to the core. I wanted to scream, to unleash the chaos swirling within. What did she know of my journey? The night spent haunted by the faces of those I lost, friends, lovers, each name a dagger. "What's the point, Myra?" I hissed, rage bubbling to the surface. "Why should we strive for a purity we'll never achieve?" The ground beneath us trembled as if the fig tree sensed our despair, its branches quaking with life and death intertwined, shadows playing tricks on our minds. A silence fell over us, thick and suffocating. In that moment, I saw my own reflection in their eyes, fear, brokenness, a longing for redemption that felt painfully out of reach. And yet, it was in that very silence that I heard it, the soft rustle of leaves, the breath of the universe inhaling, exhaling in rhythm with my heartbeat. I remember how I grasped at those fleeting moments, trying to cling to hope, the delicate thread that binds existence, fragile yet resilient. The darkness encroached, and Arjun's voice shattered through the stillness. "We need to surrender," he said, his tone suddenly softening as if he had unearthed a hidden truth. "To the tree, to our fears. Only then will we find peace." His eyes were pools of determination, and for a heartbeat, I believed him. But Myra stepped back, her face a canvas of turmoil. Surrender? To what? Isn't that just another form of defeat? The words hung between us, a precipice of possibility and despair. The fig tree, ancient and steadfast, bore witness to our conflict, a living testament to resilience against the storms of time. Its roots, unseen, intertwined with the very essence of our fears, our hopes. As I stood there, the air crackling, I realized the truth of that moment. This tree was not just a symbol, it was a crucible. It bore the weight of our shared humanity, the dreams and nightmares that reside in every soul. I could feel it, the pulsating heartbeat of the earth, echoing the anguish of countless lives intertwined beneath its branches. The night grew darker, suffocating, yet I could not look away. Every heartbeat throbbed with the intensity of our shared journey, the unending conflict between light and dark. What if we're meant to find beauty in our scars? I breathed, and the words felt like a prayer, a desperate plea to the cosmos. And as the wind whipped around us, the fig tree stood tall, a reminder that even in our most fragile moments, we're not alone. The sacred fig, with its roots deep in the earth, held us all. I took a step forward, surrendering to the embrace of uncertainty, feeling the weight of my choices. In that moment, the boundary between despair and hope blurred, and I felt the universe shift, an echo of ancient wisdom waiting to unfold. Something was awakening in the darkness, and I knew our journey was only just beginning, ripples of fate stretching into the night. The fig tree, steadfast and wise, watched over us, a flicker of light in the shadows. The cycle of pain, the struggle for redemption, the quest for understanding, all intertwined, the pulse of life itself. And as we stood beneath its ancient branches, I could almost hear the whisper of the universe, urging us to embrace the unknown, to let go, and to become something more. The wind howled through the ancient ruins, a mournful wail that echoed the heartache buried deep in the dust. Shadows danced like phantoms, twisted beneath the dying light of the sun. In the center of this forsaken land stood the tree of knowledge, its gnarled branches stretching upward, clawing at the heavens as if in desperate plea. I remember the day it all began, the air electric with dread, the scent of rain mingling with fear. I stood there, staring at the tree, the horizon painted in hues of blood and twilight, as if the world itself bled. Tiamat's laughter rang in my ears, a cacophony of chaos and creation, reminding me that what I sought was not just knowledge, but something far more profound. It was the price of awareness that gnawed at my soul. Ereshkigal's gaze pierced through the veil of fog, her sorrow a palpable weight. She was a queen of the underworld, a woman wrapped in layers of grief, the kind that clung to her like a second skin. "You want to know what lies within the fruit," she whispered, her voice a silky promise draped in darkness. "Are you prepared to carry the burden of truth?" I was foolish. I was naive. All I could think was that knowledge was power, it was freedom. But freedom often comes shackled with chains made of regret. As I reached out, fingers trembling, the texture of the bark seemed to pulse with life, throbbing beneath my touch, a heartbeat beneath centuries of silence. "Stop!" The voice, sharp and jagged, cut through the air. Gilgamesh, a warrior turned king, his brow furrowed with the weight of his own demons, leaped forward, desperation etched across his face. "You don't understand. The fruit is a curse. It holds the essence of despair. I have tasted it, I have seen the ruin it brings." I felt the earth tremble beneath our feet, a reminder that this land was not just history, but a living entity, pulsating with every secret stolen from the innocent. Gilgamesh's eyes were wild, haunted by the echoes of his past. I remembered the tales, the cries of those he'd lost, the lives turned to shadows because of his arrogance. The fruit of the tree was not mere sustenance, it was a reflection of his soul, twisted and dark. "Do you think you're strong enough to bear it?" he continued, voice shaking, each word a plea wrapped in anger. "I have fought gods and monsters, but nothing prepared me for the agony of knowing, of being burdened with wisdom that haunts you like a ghost. The knowledge of life, of death, of loss. Please, turn back." But I couldn't. The tree was an enigma, a siren luring me closer, its branches whispering promises that tasted of honey yet burned like poison in my veins. Behind me, the shadows grew longer, darker. Ereshkigal's presence wrapped around me, an embrace steeped in sorrow, the weight of her realm pressing against my back. "Every memory you seek comes with a price," she murmured, the weight of eternity in her voice. "You will remember the laughter of those you loved, but also their screams as they were ripped from you. You will feel their absence like a dagger, sharp and unforgiving." I closed my eyes, vision swirling like smoke, of my mother's gentle hands, the warmth of childhood laughter, the fleeting moments of joy that felt like grains of sand slipping through my fingers. But what if I could understand? What if I could see beyond the veil of existence? The thirst for knowledge surged within me, a wildfire consuming reason, igniting a hunger that could never be sated. "Stop!" Gilgamesh shouted again, this time a plea that grazed the edges of desperation. "We cannot change the world, no matter how much we wish it. Knowledge does not grant us the power to rewrite fate. It is a mirror reflecting our darkest truths." But the tree beckoned, its fruit glowing like embers, each one a promise of revelation. I felt myself stepping closer, the earth trembling beneath my feet, the air crackling with tension. Ereshkigal's grip tightened around my heart, and I realized I was teetering on the edge of a precipice, a fragile balance between enlightenment and madness. "Do you love enough to let go?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of despair. "Every truth weighs heavy on the soul. I have watched countless souls descend into darkness, knowing it all, yet never finding peace." I hesitated, the pulse of the tree resonating with my own heartbeat, each thrum a reminder of what could be lost. Gilgamesh's eyes bore into mine, filled with both fear and an untamed desire to protect what was left of my innocence. "You are not alone, remember that. We bear our burdens together, but this knowledge, it can't be unlearned." As I reached for the fruit, a scream shattered the stillness. A voice from the void, echoing through the ages, the cry of the damned, of those who ventured too close to the edge and fell into darkness. My heart raced, caught between despair and desire, a tempest within. Then I hesitated, the fruit hovering just beyond my fingertips, its allure both intoxicating and terrifying. The weight of the world pressed down on me, the air thick with the tension of countless lives lived and lost beneath the gnarled branches. "Are you willing to face what lies beyond?" whispered the shadows, a haunting melody that drummed against the walls of my mind. In that moment, I understood that knowledge wasn't merely an acquisition of facts, it was an awakening to the reality of existence, raw and unfiltered. The ghosts of my past surrounded me, their whispers like a cold wind, unveiling the truth about the fruits of knowledge. It bore both the light of clarity and the darkness of despair. And as I stood there, trembling on the precipice of revelation, I felt the heartbeat of the tree of knowledge pulse in rhythm with my own. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, the world suspended in an agonizing moment, waiting for a choice that could unravel everything. The darkness loomed closer, shadows deepening, and I was about to step into the unknown, where knowledge awaited, a double-edged sword poised to cut deep. The echoes of my decision would resonate for eternity, and the tree would witness it all. The wind howled like a banshee, a haunting sound that rattled the branches of the K-pop tree, its gnarled limbs twisting like skeletal fingers clawing at the black sky. I stood beneath it, the earth pulsing with the heartbeat of the jungle. Rain poured in torrents, drenching me, turning the soil into a slick mire that clung to my legs like the ghosts of this place, whispering warnings of what lay ahead. The ancient tree loomed above, its broad trunk a monument of age and wisdom, but tonight it felt more like a predatory beast, waiting, watching. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, her voice a quivering thread woven through the fabric of my childhood. "The K-pop tree sees everything," she'd say, her eyes wide, glistening with the flicker of candlelight. "It guards our dreams and our nightmares. It holds secrets that could shatter the stars. I had scoffed then, a foolish child enamored with logic, with science, with the humdrum of daily life. How could a tree, however majestic, hold such power? But now, standing here, trembling not just from the cold but from the palpable weight of reverence and fear, I felt the truth of her words seeping into my bones. Miguel crouched beside me, his breath hot on my neck. "They're coming," he whispered, urgency lacing his voice. His dark eyes darted toward the shadows that danced around us, shadows that felt alive. Miguel was fire, passionate, impulsive, but beneath that bravado, a boy had been swallowed whole by grief, an orphan lost in a world that felt unforgiving. I had seen him stand on the precipice of despair before, but never like this, never with the darkness holding him so tightly in its grasp. The flicker of torches emerged, their flames piercing the night, casting wavering light that illuminated the faces of the villagers. Fear twisted their features, a desperate hope mingling with the dread that clung to the air. "They'll sacrifice her," Miguel said, his voice breaking, and the words sliced through me like a cold knife. I knew who he meant, Isabella, the girl with laughter like music, a spirit as wild as the river. She had made the K-pop tree her throne, often climbing its branches, her hair cascading like the rain itself. Now, she was a sacrificial offering to the spirits that had begun to haunt our land, a desperate plea to quell the drought that had turned our fields to dust. The whispers of the villagers rose and fell like a tide, a cacophony of fear and anger, but beneath it all was the unmistakable thread of betrayal. "I remember," I murmured, feeling the words settle in my throat like stones. "I remember when we used to dance under the stars, when the K-pop tree was just a tree, and not a judge." Memories splashed against my consciousness like rain on parched earth, Isabella's laughter intertwining with the rustling leaves, the way the moonlight spilled through the branches, illuminating our youthful dreams. I turned to Miguel, his face etched with defiance, yet trembling with vulnerability. "We can't let them do this," I said, my heart pounding beneath the weight of expectation. "We have to save her." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at my insides. The spirits, the myths, their power lay in fear, an ancient fear that coursed through our veins like a poison. And then came the sound, thudding footsteps, the rhythm of fate approaching. The villagers, armed with torches and the weight of desperation, moved like a dark tide, their eyes reflecting both resolve and terror. I could feel the air shift, pregnant with tension. Isabella was their hope, a flickering flame they believed could reignite the lifeblood of the land. But I knew her spirit would not be so easily extinguished. The K-pop tree swayed ominously, almost as if it were alive, its bark groaning beneath the weight of history. I could see it, shadows swirling around its trunk, forming shapes that danced and taunted, whispering of sacrifice and echoes of lives lost in the relentless pursuit of salvation. "There's something about it, isn't there?" I whispered to Miguel, my voice trembling. "Something that knows, something that sees." Miguel nodded, his hands clenched into fists. "We have to face it, whatever is lurking in the dark." And in that moment, I felt the thief of courage seize me. I could taste the electric air, every heartbeat a drumroll of impending doom. I thought of Isabella, her laughter, her light. Would we let it fade into the shadows, snuffed out by fear and superstition? What if the K-pop tree is our only hope? I said, more to myself than to Miguel. What if it holds the key to saving her? The villagers drew nearer, their faces hardening like stone. I could see the flicker of doubt in some of their eyes, but fear, I fear, was a powerful motivator. It twisted their hearts, made them forget the girl who had brought joy into their lives. I felt a surge of anger bubble within me, a fire that mirrored the torches they carried. "No!" I shouted, stepping into the path of the advancing villagers. "We won't sacrifice her." The words spilled from my lips, raw and desperate. The world around me blurred, my heart beating wildly as I felt the weight of their gazes upon me. Time slowed. I could almost hear the heart of the K-pop tree thumping in time with my own. Shadows thickened, and suddenly, it was not just the villagers and the K-pop tree standing in opposition, it was the very essence of survival against oblivion. Were we not all written in the same blood, bound by the same fears? And there, amidst the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Isabella, trapped but unbroken, her spirit flickering like the last flame of a candle in the wind. It was a moment of clarity, sharp and clear, as if the universe conspired to reveal the truth. This was not just about her, it was about us, about the stories we told, about the myths we created. "Stand with me," I implored, my voice breaking. "Let us rewrite the story." The wind howled louder, the kapok tree swayed, and in that haunting moment, the weight of 1,000 lifetimes pressed against our souls, binding us together in an unbreakable chain of hope and fear. The air crackled, and I knew this was only the beginning. The wind howled like a banshee, piercing through the darkness of the forest. I stood there, heart drumming against my ribs, staring at the elder tree, its gnarled branches clawing at the sky as if pleading for mercy. The air tasted of rain and regret, a heavy weight wrapped around my chest. I was not alone. Beside me, Lila's breath came in sharp gasps, her wide eyes reflecting the moonlight, fear etched into every delicate feature. And then there was Tom, a shadow of his former self, his shoulders hunched, haunted by memories that wouldn't let him rest. "I can't believe we're doing this," Lila whispered, voice trembling. "This tree has been here for centuries, you know what they say about it." "Legends and old wives' tales," Tom sneered, but his words were shaky, as if the very roots of the elder had burrowed deep into his soul, tainting his bravado. He was the skeptic, the one who had always scoffed at the idea of magic. Yet here we stood, bound by the weight of our fears, searching for a miracle, or perhaps an ending. The elder tree loomed before us, twisting upward like a serpent, its bark a mottled tapestry of age and wisdom, cracked skin whispering secrets of lives lived and lost. I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell, the ones that danced in the firelight, flickering shadows casting spellbinding tales of dreams and nightmares. The elder was said to be a guardian of the forgotten, a repository of hopes and heartbreaks. But it was also a harbinger of the past, a keeper of grudges. I shivered, the icy fingers of dread creeping along my spine. "I remember," I murmured, "when the village held the festival of the elder." Lila turned to me, her expression a mix of nostalgia and fear. The bonfires, the music, the laughter. But it all stopped after the sickness, Tom finished, his voice distant, a ghostly echo of the past. We knew the tale, the pestilence that swept through the village like a dark wave, claiming lives, leaving us with grief wrapped tightly around our throats. "Do you think it remembers?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper, each word trembling as if afraid to disturb the spirits lingering in the shadows. "Of course it does," Tom replied, but the certainty was lacking. Trees remember everything. And in that moment, I felt it deep within my bones. The tree was alive. It breathed, it watched, and it knew. The world around us faded, the forest became a sepulchre, the air thick with the weight of history, the echoes of the lost. Then, from the depths of that heavy silence, an eerie rustle broke through, branches shifting, leaves trembling. My heart lurched. "Did you hear that?" Tom's eyes widened, defiance slipping away like sand through his fingers. "Maybe it's just the wind," he said, but I saw the truth lurking beneath. He was just as terrified as we were. "Just the wind." Lila scoffed, but her laughter broke like glass, sharp and brittle. "Or something worse?" The moon hung low, casting a pallid glow over the tree, and I thought of all the souls it had cradled, all the lives it had witnessed. Was it a protector or a predator? What did it want from us? I remember the stories," I whispered, my breath hitching. "The tree grants wishes, but they come with a price." Lila's face blanched, and Tom scoffed once more, but the bravado was flimsy, a fragile facade. "Wishes are for fools," he said, but I could see the flicker of desperation in his eyes. He wasn't fool enough to dismiss the gravity of our actions. "What if we asked it to take away our pain?" Lila cried out, her voice quaking with a mix of hope and despair. "What if we could?" But I cut her off, feeling the heaviness of history in my chest. "And what would we lose, Lila? What would we have to pay?" The answer hung in the air, thick and choking. "Would it be our memories? Our very selves?" The wind whipped through the branches, and shadows danced, twisting into grotesque shapes, echoing our unspoken fears. The tree shuddered, a low groan reverberating through the ground. I felt it in my bones, a call from the ancient, a reminder of the lives entwined with its roots, a tapestry of sorrow, of regret, of love lost. Maybe Tom's voice was barely a whisper, cracking under the weight of dread. Maybe the tree is hungry. The words hung between us, heavy as lead. What had we stumbled upon? What beckoned us to this cursed place, this intersection of fate and folly? The stories didn't just tell of magic, they whispered of revenge, of spirits rising from the soil, seeking retribution against those who dared to disturb the peace of the elder. I remember the last village to anger the elder, I said, the words spilling from my lips, raw and unfiltered. They vanished overnight. Not a trace left behind. Tom's eyes darted around, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the child he once was, the boy who believed in fairy tales, before life crushed him under its unforgiving weight. What do we do? Lila's voice trembled, a fragile note of desperation. We were caught in a web of our own making, the threads of our hearts tangled with the past. The elder's branches swayed as if in anticipation, a predator sizing up its prey. The air thickened, and the ground pulsed beneath our feet, a heartbeat that synchronized with our own racing hearts. Ask it, then, I urged, my voice a shaky whisper, as if speaking too loudly would awaken something far worse than we could imagine. Lila, ask it. But she hesitated, fear clawing at the edges of her resolve. The weight of the unspoken pressed down upon us, a suffocating silence enveloping the night. Each breath became a challenge, the very act of living a treacherous game. And in that moment, I felt it, the older tales echoing through me, the whispers of the lost, the calls of the forgotten. The elder was not merely a tree, it was a keeper of secrets, a witness to sorrow. We had come to it seeking answers, but it was knowledge that was better left buried. Make your choice, I urged, feeling the walls closing in. But know this, whatever we ask, we may never return from it. The air crackled with tension, and the elder stood before us, an ancient sentinel waiting for our decision. Our hearts pounded, a symphony of fear and longing reverberating through the silence, and the moon hung above us, a silent witness to our fate, our wishes, our hearts laid bare upon the altar of the unknown. And then, as the shadows deepened and the wind howled louder, I realized we were not just standing on the edge of a decision, we were teetering on the brink of something far more profound, a confrontation not just with the elder, but with ourselves. The air crackled with a tension that felt as thick as smoke, a silence that whispered of dread and unspoken fears. I stood there, frozen, beneath the gnarled branches of the ancient rowan tree, its leaves quivering in a restless wind. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out, clawing at the edges of my vision. It was the kind of dust that cradled secrets, wrapping them in an eerie embrace, pregnant with the weight of what was to come. I could hear their voices, frantic and desperate, echoing through the clearing. My brother, Thomas, his tone laced with a raw panic I had never encountered before. You have to help us, Elise. It's not just a legend, it's real. His voice cracked, splintering like drywood underfoot. I could see his face flickering through the branches, pale and wild, eyes wide with the terror that had gripped him since we arrived in this forsaken place. Then there was Mara, her courage masking a heart that beat like a war drum. She stood beside him, fists clenched, her dark curls tumbling around her shoulders like a tempest. The visions, they've come for me, she gasped, the weight of her confession hanging heavy in the air. And they don't stop. It's like they see me, and they want me to follow. Those words pierced through me. I remembered how the rowan tree had always been a sentinel of safety, its berries a promise of protection. But now, it felt alive, an ancient entity watching, waiting, perhaps even judging. I had grown up hearing stories of its power, how it guarded against malevolence, attracted good fortune, and whispered blessings to those who dared to listen. But standing here, the legends morphed into something far more sinister. Do you think it can protect us? Thomas's voice trembled, a boy lost in a world that had turned monstrous. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope clashing with the encroaching darkness. Do you think it can save us from what's coming? I didn't answer. The truth tasted like ash on my tongue. The rowan tree had always stood, unwavering, yet it was not infallible. I felt the pulse of the ground beneath me, a beat that resonated with my own frantic heart, and I could sense the encroaching shadows, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against my back. I remember the stories, I said finally, my voice a mere whisper, trembling with uncertainty. They said that the Rowan can shield us. But what if it only delays the inevitable? Mara's eyes blazed with an intensity that sent shivers racing down my spine. No. We can't think like that. We have to believe. We have to fight. You know what they said about the women who stood under its branches during the darkest nights? Her voice was a thread of fire stitching together the frayed edges of our hope. I could see the determination etched into her features, and yet, beneath it all, a flicker of doubt danced like a candle flame ready to be extinguished. There was power in her conviction, but it hung precariously, teetering on the brink of despair. The wind howled around us, a cacophony of lost souls yearning for release. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting memories wash over me, long-forgotten laughter, summer afternoons spent weaving garlands from the rowan's bright berries, the warmth of the sun on my skin as light danced through the leaves. Those were the moments I clung to now, a desperate anchor in a storm-tossed sea. "Thomas," I said, my voice quaking with a mixture of command and pleading. "You must hold on. You must believe in the blessings of the Rowan." But even as I spoke, I felt the shadows creeping closer, their breath a chill against my skin. And then I heard it, the low growl, a sound that clawed at the very fabric of my soul. From the depths of the trees emerged a figure, cloaked in darkness, its form shifting like smoke. I could feel my heart racing, every beat a hunt for breath as it slithered into view, eyes glowing like embers in the twilight. "Protect us," Thomas whispered, a mantra that hung heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of earth and decay, and I could see the raw terror etched across his face, the way his hands trembled, clutching at the fabric of his shirt as if trying to hold onto the flimsy thread of reality. The creature, or whatever it was, stopped, its gaze locking on Mara. I watched as terror flickered across her features, and in that moment, I felt the weight of a decision pressing against my chest. I could feel it, the fracture of time, the split between fight or flight. "Stay close!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the stillness. I reached for them both, and in that instant, we formed a fragile circle beneath the Rowan, as if the ancient limbs above us could shield us from the encroaching shadows. And yet, there was something else, the scent of despair mingling with the sweet perfume of the Rowan's berries, a pungent reminder that protection came with a price. I remembered the stories, the warnings whispered through the ages, and dread pulled in my chest. What if we were drawn into a web of our own making? What if the legends had failed us? But there was no time to ponder the consequences, no time for fear to take root. The darkness advanced, and with it came a wave of memories, echoes of laughter, of love, of moments that felt eternal, now teetering on the edge of oblivion. In that heartbeat, I understood that the Rowan tree was not just a guardian, it was a witness to our lives, harboring our joys and sorrows alike, and as I clasped my hands around the twisted roots at its base, I felt a pulse, a promise of protection laced with a foreboding weight. Together, I breathed, and as the shadows closed in, I knew that whatever fate awaited us, we would face it as one. I reached for Thomas, and he grasped my hand, while Mara stood strong beside us, fear transforming into a fierce resolve. And then, as the darkness swallowed the light, I let go of everything I thought I knew. The Rowan tree loomed above us, an ancient sentinel, and I could only pray that its blessings would hold against the tide of what was to come. The night was just beginning, and like the countless stories before us, we were about to write our own, chapter by harrowing chapter. The air crackles with an unnamable energy, thick as fog, a premonition hanging heavy in the night. Beneath the vast, star-littered sky, 3 figures stand, shadows flickering against the ancient bark of the Tree of Souls. Their hearts pound with the rhythm of an impending storm, a cacophony of fear and hope echoing in their chests. I can feel it, the weight of their breath, the tension coiling like a serpent ready to strike. Elder Nia stands at the forefront, her weathered hands trembling, not from age but from the raw power thrumming beneath her fingertips. She can hear the whispers of her ancestors, guiding her, pushing her to confront the destiny that looms over them. The tree, with its gnarled roots and cascading leaves, pulses like a heart, the heart of their people, intertwined with the stories of generations. I remember the stories, Nia murmurs, her voice barely breaking the silence, a soft plea to the spirits. I remember the sacrifices, the loss, the love. The last word hangs in the air, shivering with the gravity of her memories, as if the tree itself resonates with her sorrow. Beside her is young Chemo, barely 20, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, his soul a tempest of doubt and yearning. He clutches a necklace made from a single shard of the tree's bark, a talisman his father had given him before he disappeared into the night, swallowed by shadows. What if the stories are just tales? He questions, his voice cracking, a child's vulnerability laid bare. What if we are left with nothing but echoes? The tree responds with an almost imperceptible rustle, a sigh from the depths of its ancient trunk. It feels alive, as if it knows fear and heartbreak, has watched souls entwine and unravel through centuries. Chemo's breath quickens with the pulse of the night. He is drawn to the tree, a moth to a flame, longing to touch the place where life and death entwine, where the past and present dance in an agonizing waltz. And then there's Lila, the fierce warrior of the clan, her heart encased in armor, yet it beats with an intensity that is both beautiful and terrifying. She stands apart, her face illuminated by the moon, reflecting the dichotomy of light and darkness within her. She had been shaped by grief, a sister lost, a brother broken by the weight of survival. We fight, she says, her voice a low growl, steady amidst the turmoil. We fight for what's left. We'll not let the tree die with us. But beneath her fierce exterior lies a chasm of fear. Each word echoes with the ghosts of her past, with the faces of those she couldn't save. The tree knows her pain, feels the ache of every life lost, every dream shattered. Lila touches the bark, feeling the vibration of ancient souls humming beneath her fingertips, and for a moment, she is both warrior and child, battling the silence that devours her. Will you fight with me? She asks Chemo, a plea wrapped in desperation and fury, as if the very essence of the tree depends on his answer. I don't know what to fight for, Chemo whispers, feeling the weight of his father's absence like a stone lodged in his throat. Fight for the memories, Nia interjects, her voice straining against the pull of darkness. Fight for the souls that linger here. They watch us, Chemo. They wait for us to remember. The tree trembles, its leaves whispering secrets, stories of joy and heartbreak mingling in the air. Time feels suspended, and in this moment, everything is connected, their fears, their hopes, the souls entwined in the roots beneath them. I can feel it too, the pulse of the cosmos, the echoes of lives that once were, an unending loop of love and loss. Chemo steps closer, uncertainty etched into his brow, the talisman in his hand drawing him toward the heart of the tree. What if I forget? Then we must remember for you, Lila declares, her spirit igniting, her heart racing with the fervor of the fight. We will remember, always. The words hang in the air, a promise steeped in passion and desperation, an unbreakable bond forged in shared grief. The night grows darker, the shadows stretching, whispering of the approaching storm. Nia closes her eyes, allowing the weight of her ancestors to settle upon her shoulders. Gather your memories, she urges, speak them into the darkness. Let the tree hear you, let it hold you. And so, they begin to speak, words spilling from their lips like tears, each syllable a thread weaving through the tapestry of their existence. Lila recalls the laughter of her sister, the way the sun would catch her hair like fire, illuminating their world. Chemo shares the stories his father told him, of bravery, of love, of the strength found in vulnerability. Nia recalls the elders who taught her, their wisdom etched on her heart, their spirits now entwined in the very soul of the tree. As their voices rise, the tree vibrates, a thunderous echo of their heartbeats pulsing through the ground. It is a symphony of souls, the past converging with the present, each note a reminder of what it means to live and to remember. The air thickens, charged with an electric intensity, the cosmos watching as they lay bare their souls, fear transforming into strength, doubt into resolve. The darkness looms closer, and the storm burgeons above them, but beneath the branches of the Tree of Souls, they find solace in each other. They stand united, hearts entwined, a triad of grief and hope. In this moment, they are not merely fighting for survival, they are fighting to honor the love that binds them to the past and to each other. As the winds howl through the branches, a fierce determination ignites within them. This is not the end, it is merely the beginning. They are the storytellers now, weaving the legacy of their people into the fabric of the night, impervious to the shadows creeping ever closer. The tree stands tall, a beacon of strength, its roots deep in the soil of their memories, its leaves whispering the promise of life amid the chaos. And the storm crashes down, fierce and unforgiving, but they are ready. They will not face it alone. The Tree of Souls watches, witnesses their resolve, and whispers back, a promise entwined with the echoes of the past that will forever live on. The air crackled with tension, the kind that steals your breath and fills your chest with a weight that won't lift. Under the sprawling canopy of the ancient oak, shadows danced like ghosts in the flickering light of a single torch. The Quercus, a titan of the forest, stood sentinel, its gnarled branches twisting in agony, reaching for something lost. A storm brewed in the distance, the low rumble like the growl of a beast, a warning. The smell of rain mingled with the damp earth, heavy and foreboding, as if the world itself held its breath. I stood there, heart racing, trapped between fear and awe, my fingers tracing the rough bark of the tree. The oak was alive, its history woven into every twist and turn, every scratch and scar. I could hear the whispers of those who had come before, their voices curling through my mind like smoke. My grandmother's voice was the clearest, filled with pain and wisdom, echoing the stories of our people. The oak is sacred, child, she had told me. It remembers our dreams, our losses. It holds the weight of our ancestors. Where are you, Elena? The voice of Marcus cut through the silence, raw and laced with desperation. His eyes were wild, searching, reflecting the storm brewing not just in the skies, but in the very heart of our tribe. Marcus, with his restless spirit, always chasing the winds of fate, had been my anchor, my counterbalance. But now, that anchor was slipping away. I'm here, I called back, my own voice trembling. I could see his silhouette emerging from the shadows, a figure charged with urgency. What did they say? He was out of breath, as if he had been running through a nightmare. They saw the black crow again, Elena. The one that comes before death. His words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of the legacy we carried, a legacy wrapped in tales of omens, of spirits that walked among us, ever watchful. The oak's branches swayed, whispering secrets only the wind could understand. I looked up. The leaves shimmered, not with the light of the fading sun, but with a strange luminescence, like a beacon in the darkness. You think it's true? I asked, fear creeping into my voice. Do you think it's coming for us? It's not just a story, Marcus said, his voice low, urgent. There's been too much loss lately, the elders feel it in their bones. He stepped closer, and I could see the shadows under his eyes, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. We have to do something. We can't let it take anyone else. The night deepened, wrapping us in its shroud. I could hear the rustling of leaves, like the soft sobs of the earth mourning what it had lost. My thoughts darted to my father, to the sickness that had claimed him so suddenly. I remembered how his laughter echoed through our home, how he would spin tales beneath the old oak, wrapping me in a cocoon of comfort. I murmured, the ache in my chest tightening. I remember his stories about the oak, how it shields our spirits, how it connects us to the land and our ancestors. Then we must honor him, Marcus said, his voice cracking. We can't let his spirit wander alone. He stepped back, his gaze intense, filled with fierce determination. We'll hold a ceremony, beneath the Quercus. We'll call the spirits to guide us. Something shifted in the air, a pulse, a heartbeat resonating with our own. The oak seemed to tremble, as if it understood the weight of our sorrow, the urgency of our plea. I hesitated, fear clashing with tradition. But what if it's true? What if we summon something we can't control? Then we face it together, Marcus said fiercely. His eyes bore into mine, a fierce flame igniting a spark of hope amid the darkness. We can't let fear dictate our lives. We stand as one, as our ancestors did beneath this very tree. Night fell, a blanket of darkness punctuated by the distant rumble of thunder. The storm was closer now, the air electric with anticipation. I felt the weight of the Quercus above me, its roots entwining with my very soul, drawing out the fears I had hidden deep within. It was more than just a tree, it was a witness to our struggles, our victories, and our losses. I remember, I whispered again, the words spilling from my lips like a sacred incantation. I remember the stories of our people, the strength of the oak, the power of the earth. As we prepared for the ceremony, the world around us transformed. The forest, once a sanctuary, became a haunting labyrinth of shadows. The wind howled, carrying with it the songs of centuries, and I felt the spirit of the Quercus stirring, a mighty force ready to embrace the weight of our fears and hopes. The fragrance of damp earth filled my nostrils, grounding me, urging me to stand strong. Elena and Marcus, two souls intertwined by fate, caught in the web of destiny beneath the eternal gaze of the oak. The storm rolled in, fierce and unrelenting, as we gathered beneath the tree, hands joined, hearts racing, ready to confront whatever was to come. I closed my eyes, the thunder crashing like a symphony, the oak sheltering us, its presence overwhelming. We are not afraid, I breathed, feeling the energy shift around us, feeling the spirit of our ancestors guiding us, as the wind whispered secrets only we could hear. Together, Marcus echoed, a fierce promise, a vow that reverberated through the night. The Quercus loomed above, a symbol of resilience against the tempest, a testament to our fight, to the stories yet to be told, and the battles still to come. In that moment, I knew, the oak was not just a tree. It was our lifeline, a bridge between past and present, a guardian of dreams yet to unfold. And as the storm unleashed its fury, I felt something shift within me, a transformation, a realization that this was only the beginning. The whispers grew louder, the shadows danced, and I stood firm, ready to face the unknown. The night was thick, an oppressive shroud that wrapped around the village like a living thing, breathing unease into the hearts of its inhabitants. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, a cloying aroma that clung to the throat like fear. In the distance, the teak tree stood tall against the moonlit sky, its gnarled branches whispering secrets to the wind. They said it was cursed, that the spirits of the lost lingered among its twisted roots, and tonight, those whispers grew louder. I remember the sound of my own heartbeat, roaring in my ears like a drum, as I stumbled through the underbrush. My hands were slick with sweat, my legs trembling as I tried to find my footing on the treacherous path. I was not alone. Behind me, Lila's breath hitched, her fear palpable, echoing my own. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves overhead. But I had to know. I had to confront the ghost of my past, the reason why I never felt whole. "We should go back," she pleaded again, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. But I couldn't. Not when the teak tree loomed ahead, its ancient bark scarred and weathered, holding within its depths the weight of memories too painful to bear. I could feel the pull of it, the promise of answers buried deep within its roots, answers wrapped in the fables of my ancestors. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see a shadow dart behind the tree. "Did you see that?" I gasped, my breath hitching in my throat. But Lila shook her head, fear etched on her features. "It's just the wind. Let's go." I couldn't. The ghosts of my childhood haunted me, memories of laughter and warmth, now tainted with the bitterness of loss. My brother, Ravi, had vanished years ago beneath the branches of that tree. They said he had entered the spirit world, claimed by the very magic that breathed life into the teak. I needed to understand why. Why did the tree call to me, its voice soft yet insistent, like the echo of a lullaby sung long ago? As I stepped closer, the ground seemed to pulse beneath my feet. I reached out, fingers grazing the rough bark, sending a jolt of energy coursing through my veins. I was not merely touching wood, I was connecting with something far greater, an ancient power that resonated with the essence of life and death. "Ravi," I murmured, desperate for a sign, a whisper of his presence. But the only answer was the rustling leaves, mocking my plea. "Stop it!" Lila's voice shattered the moment, her urgency a sharp blade against my heart. "You're not thinking clearly." She was right, of course. I was losing myself in the depths of my memories, drowning in a sea of regret and sorrow. But the tree, it held the secrets of my brother, and I couldn't walk away without knowing. "Please," I whispered, my voice cracking under the weight of longing. "Just a moment longer." I felt the earth shift beneath me, the roots writhing like serpents, and then I saw it. A flicker of light, a figure stepping into the clearing. It was him. Ravi. The boy I once knew, now a ghost trapped between worlds, his eyes reflecting the despair I felt in my own heart. Ravi! I cried out, reaching for him, but he faded like mist upon the dawn. Don't leave me. The night swallowed his form, leaving only the echoes of laughter that once filled our home. I fell to my knees, tears streaming down my face, the weight of grief nearly unbearable. Ravi! I screamed, a raw, primal sound that reverberated through the trees. Why did you leave me? Why did you go? The teak tree responded, groaning as if in sympathy, its bark splitting slightly, revealing a hollow darkness within. Stop! Lila's voice came again, sharper this time, cutting through my sorrow. You're calling him back. You can't do this. But her protests melted into silence, lost beneath the weight of my desperation. I was drawn to the opening, the darkened maw of the tree whispering promises of reunion and reconciliation. But a shift in the air, a chill that pierced my skin, warned me. I wasn't alone. The spirits of the lost, shackled to this realm by the very magic that pulsed within the tree's roots, stirred restlessly. I could sense their sorrow, their longing, and the sharp hunger for freedom. Ravi, please. I begged, my heart racing. Come back to me. In that moment, I felt Lila's hand on my shoulder, a grounding warmth against the cold surge of fear. You have to let him go, she urged, her voice trembling but steady. He's not here anymore. You're not meant to bring him back. Her words hung in the air, heavy with the truth I didn't want to acknowledge. But the more I clawed at the memory, the more elusive he became. Suddenly, the wind howled, a banshee's wail sweeping through the grove, and the shadows danced. I gasped, pulling away from the tree, its dark secrets clawing at my heart. I can't! I cried, the words slipping through my lips like shards of glass. The spirits writhed, their whispers rising into a cacophony of despair. And then I saw it, Lila, her face pale, eyes wide with terror. She turned, stepping back, as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was her brother, the one who had vanished into the chaos of a forgotten war. Lila? I shouted, realizing the danger that lay in wait. But her gaze was transfixed on the figure, the haunting resemblance forcing her into a fragile trance. No. Stay back. I yelled, but she was lost, entranced by the promise of reunion. I lunged forward, grabbing her wrist, dragging her away from the grasp of the night, but the tree shook violently, its roots erupting from the ground, seeking to reclaim what was lost. Fight it! I screamed, the fear of losing her blending with the pain of my own loss. We have to go. Now! As I pulled her into the safety of the forest, the tree howled, its cries echoing through the night, a mournful sound that would haunt us forever. The darkness behind us writhed, but we ran, hearts pounding, the weight of the unanswered questions urging us forward. The magic of the teak tree clung to us as we stumbled into the safety of the village. But even as the dawn crept across the horizon, illuminating the remnants of night, the shadows lingered behind, promising that the past would always be there, waiting, watching, whispering. The wind howled through the narrow streets of the village, sending shivers down my spine. Shadows danced at the edges of the flickering lantern light, whispering ancient secrets long since forgotten. I stood there, paralyzed, watching as Aditi clutched her mother's hand, desperation etched on her face. Shadows converged. The air thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth, the world felt pregnant with dread, poised on the brink of something terrible. Mother, please! Aditi's voice cracked, a raw, piercing sound that sliced through the heavy silence. Her mother, frail and pale as the moonlight, lay on the ground, racked with fever, her eyes distant as if they gazed into another realm. The villagers whispered, pointed fingers trembling, a cacophony of fear swirling with the damp air. The neem tree stood sentinel nearby, its gnarled branches looming like ancient giants overhead, guardians of remedies, secrets, and history. The neem tree, revered in tales of old, was said to hold the power of life and death, a double-edged sword. It could heal wounds of the body, soothe the soul, but its bark could just as easily carve out the wickedness that plagued human hearts. Aditi's trembling hands brushed against its rough bark, seeking solace in its strength. "Please, help her," she murmured, desperation spilling from her lips like a prayer. But who was listening? I remember standing there, a silent witness to their agony. My own heart ached, caught in the vice of unable to help. I was just a bystander, a ghost haunting the fringes of their despair. I didn't belong, but I felt everything. I remember the stories, my grandmother's voice laced with reverence, tales of how the neem tree had saved lives, how its leaves could purify water, how its essence was woven into the very fabric of our existence. Aditi's father, Rajan, emerged from the crowd, eyes wild, hair disheveled like a man wandering through nightmares. He had fought the world's evils with every ounce of strength he possessed, but now, he was nothing more than a shadow of that warrior. "We must fetch the leaves, Aditi." "The old woman, she knows." His voice trembled as it fought against the tide of despair. A flicker of hope ignited in Aditi's eyes, but just as quickly, she recoiled from her father's intensity. "Why should we trust them? They say the neem is cursed, that it brings death." The villagers murmured, voices rising like the wind, swirling with doubt. Fear was contagious, a venom that seeped into their bones. Yet, Aditi shook her head fiercely. "No. It's a lie. The stories, they're just stories." But the weight of the world pressed down on her. I remember the moment her resolve began to waver, her hands trembling against the ancient bark, almost as if she were asking it for permission. The air crackled with energy, the tension palpable, and in that moment, I couldn't help but wonder what truly lived in the essence of that tree. The roots of the neem reached deep, feeding on the soil of ancient curses and blessings alike. They whispered tales of warriors who had sought its wisdom, of lovers entwined beneath its branches, of children healed from the brink of death. The moon peered down, its silver light spilling into the darkness, illuminating Aditi's face, a portrait of anguish and determination. "Rajan, what if we're wrong?" Her voice trembled, a fragile thread connecting her to her father, to the village, to the very essence of hope. But Rajan, in his despair, couldn't see the flickering light. The echoes of battles fought long ago hummed in his veins, fueling a fire that had dimmed too soon. "We have to try. For your mother. For all of us." I could feel the weight of his desperation, the burden of a father's love twisted into pain. The air thickened with unspoken fears, like storm clouds gathering to unleash chaos. Aditi closed her eyes, taking a trembling breath as if drawing strength from the very soil beneath her feet, from the history embedded in those roots. And then, in a moment heavy with inevitability, she turned toward the villagers. "We will gather the neem leaves. We will heal her." Her voice rang out, defiant against the tide of dissent. It resonated like a battle cry, a call to arms against the creeping shadows of doubt. My heart raced, caught in the swell of her courage. I remember the villagers, their expressions a tapestry of confusion, fear, and the flickering ember of hope. They watched as Aditi and Rajan made their way toward the ancient tree, their silhouettes framed against the moonlight. The neem's leaves rustled in response, whispering secrets only they could understand. A wave of realization washed over me, mingling sadness with a burgeoning sense of purpose. This wasn't just Aditi's fight, it was the village's, the very heart of a community struggling against the darkness. The neem tree stood as a symbol, an embodiment of resilience, its bark scarred but unbroken, its leaves vibrant with life. Aditi knelt before it, hands trembling yet steadying. She murmured the incantation she had heard as a child, the ancient words spilling from her lips. The air shimmered, thick with energy, and in that moment, it felt as if time itself held its breath, waiting. The roots of the neem mingled with her heartbeat, a pulse of life coursing through the air, entwining their fates. Shadows danced, flickering in the lantern light, as I stood there, invisible yet consumed by every emotion that swelled around me. Would the neem answer? Would it heal? I felt the weight of every moment, the ticking of time echoing louder as the village held its collective breath. Did they know? Did they understand the ancient power they summoned? I could feel the cosmos pressing down, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, stars flickered with possibility. In this moment, fear and hope collided, echoing the ancient tales that had shaped their lives. As Aditi reached for the leaves, the world drew closer, and I realized this was only the beginning. Time ebbed and flowed, the tide rising with every heartbeat. The neem tree loomed, its essence weaving a tapestry of healing and heartache, a bridge between despair and the promise of dawn. And just like that, the moment stretched, ready to burst, teetering on the edge. Was it salvation or doom that awaited? The answer lingered just out of reach, like a haunting melody carried on the wind. The moon hung low, a gnarled ember in the night sky, casting ghostly shadows across the forest floor. The wind whispered secrets through ancient branches, an unsettling lullaby that roused a deep reverence in the air. Beneath the towering redwoods, their bark rough and ancient, stood Mara, her breath shallow, the weight of generations pressing down on her shoulders like the earth itself. She felt the pulse of the forest beneath her feet, the heartbeat of something larger than herself, something alive. "I can't," she whispered, a tremor lacing her voice. Each syllable echoed, swallowed by the thick silence draping the grove. "I can't let it go." The moonlight flickered as if in response, illuminating her tears, living memories of her ancestors who whispered through the trees, urging her to remember. Behind her, Thomas paced, his steps heavy with the burden of disbelief. "You don't understand, Mara. We can't keep fighting this. It's too late." His voice, sharp and ragged, cracked against the serenity of the redwood giants. He was a tornado wrapped in exhaustion, torn between the traditions he loved and the relentless tide of progress that threatened to drown them. "The city will crush us. They don't care about your dreams or our stories. They want wood, they want land." Mara turned to face him, eyes blazing. "It's not just wood. It's our history, our way of life. These trees are our ancestors, Thomas. They've witnessed our pain, our joy, our beginnings." The roots of the redwoods twisted through the soil like the threads of an intricate tapestry. She could almost hear the whispers of the past, the laughter of children playing beneath the branches, the elders sharing wisdom around crackling fires. He ran a hand through his hair, frustration blooming like an unyielding weed. "And what do you want to do? Stand here and hold hands with ghosts? The city is growing. Our people are leaving. We can't survive on memories." Mara's heart cracked open, the vulnerability spilling like sap from a wounded tree. "Every time we let go of a piece of this land, we let go of a piece of ourselves. You think they'll build a better life for us? They'll chew us up and spit us out, Thomas. Can't you see that?" She felt the cool breath of the night wrap around her, urging her to remember the stories, the legends of creation, of the redwood standing tall, like sentinels guarding the essence of life itself. The air thickened, laden with the fragrance of pine, as if the trees were inhaling her anguish. Thomas paused, his eyes flickering with doubt, wrestling with the memories that clawed at his conscience. "I remember," he began, voice faltering, "the stories my grandmother told me beneath the stars, how the redwoods are the spirits of our ancestors, how they protect us. But we can't just cling to the past." "Why not?" Mara shot back, the words like arrows. "Why can't we protect what is sacred? You know the elders spoke of the redwoods as living libraries, holding the tales of our lineage in their bark. Each ring tells us of drought and fire, of growth and survival. They are our history, Thomas. Without them, we are nothing." The tension coiled between them, a taut wire ready to snap. The forest held its breath, enveloped in the weight of their unresolved conflict. And then, the wind shifted, carrying a chill that nipped at their skin like the phantom fingers of the past. "I remember," Thomas said slowly, "the way the sun broke through the canopy, how the world felt limitless beneath the branches. But Mara," his voice softened, "the world has changed." The moonlight danced, a flickering reminder of time's relentless march. Mara closed her eyes, allowing herself to be swept into a memory, her grandmother's face, lined with wisdom, her hands worn but steady as they pointed toward the grand old trees. "Remember, child," she had said, "the redwoods are not just trees, they are the bones of our ancestors. They keep our stories alive. Do not let them forget." But now, with the city's encroachment threatening to sever that connection, it felt as if they were fading into the shadows. Thomas took a step closer, his voice breaking like the dawn. I want to remember too, but I also want to survive. We can't keep fighting. We'll lose everything. The air crackled with desperation, the urgency of lost hopes tangled in the branches above them. She could almost hear the echoes of the past, the pulse of the land beneath them, urging her to choose, to hold on to the legacy that shaped them or to embrace a future that felt so uncertain. I want to fight, Mara breathed, raw, desperate. These trees, they're our lifeblood. Each scar on their bark tells our story, of trials, of triumph. I refuse to let them take that from us. A silence unfurled, heavy and palpable, as the redwood stood witness to their turmoil. Somewhere within their depths, ancient spirits stirred, watching, waiting, urging a choice, a path not yet seen, a promise etched in the whispers of the wind. As Thomas stood there, caught in the tempest of her conviction, he felt the air vibrate with possibility. The moonlight wrapped around them, illuminating the tears that fell like rain onto the forest floor, mingling with the earth. They were not just standing at the precipice of a fight, they were standing on the brink of their history, a moment poised to cascade into the future. And, as the night deepened, shadows lengthened, reaching out like fingers, beckoning with the weight of stories unspoken. The forest held its breath, cradling their hearts in its ancient embrace, while the echoes of the past whispered through the leaves. Would tomorrow bring a reckoning? Would they find the courage to stand, to fight, to scream into the void, "We are here. We still remember"? The answer lingered, suspended in the air, a heartbeat away, as the tree swayed gently, guardians of a history that refused to fade away. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, an unsettling perfume that hinted at the storm rolling in from the east. I stood at the edge of the grove, where the ziziphus trees twisted like ancient guardians, their gnarled branches reaching out, scratching at the bruised sky. A chill danced on my skin, a ghostly whisper of unease. I could hear the crackle of distant thunder, a drum roll for the chaos that lay ahead. "Did you hear that?" Julia's voice, taut with fear, pulled me from the depths of my own thoughts. Her eyes, wide and glistening like polished stones, darted toward the tree line. "It's coming. I can feel it." I wanted to tell her it was just a storm, that her imagination was playing tricks. But deep down, I felt it too. The ground vibrated with an ancient energy, a pulse that beckoned us closer, urging us to confront the shadows lurking just beyond the reach of the trees. "Hold my hand," I murmured, reaching out. My touch was warm, but it did nothing to thaw the iciness that wrapped around our hearts. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, a fragile moment before she grasped my palm, her fingers trembling like autumn leaves. We were not alone. Not really. The grove was alive with the whispers of 1,000 stories, of souls lost and found, of hopes dashed and reborn. There was something about the ziziphus, an aura of myth and magic. Fertility and protection, they said, guardians of life and death. I remembered the tales my grandmother wove on cold winter evenings, her voice a soothing balm against the biting winds. The ziziphus, she would say, brings forth life from the barren soil. But it demands sacrifice. I shivered, the weight of those words heavy in the air. We hadn't come for a blood offering, but desperation drove us here. Julia clutched her stomach, the life within her a fragile ember, flickering, fighting against the wind. "What if it doesn't work?" she whispered, the fear pooling in her eyes, dark and deep. "It will," I said, the words tumbling out like a promise. But doubt roiled in my mind, an insidious beast gnawing at confidence. I remembered my own failures, the emptiness that echoed in our home, the quiet that screamed louder than any cry of joy. As thunder rumbled above, the trees swayed, their branches weaving intricate patterns against the darkening sky. I caught a glimpse of something moving within the shadows, a figure, cloaked in the remnants of forgotten dreams. A chill ran down my spine, a warning, perhaps. Or was it a beckoning? "Stay close," I urged Julia as I took a step forward, my heart racing. The wind howled, a banshee's wail, and the air grew charged, a palpable tension that whispered of the unknown. But the pull was too strong, an insatiable hunger for something more. "What are we doing?" she whispered, fear lacing her voice. "We're fighting for you. For this baby." A flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by the clouds gathering overhead. Raindrops began to fall, heavy and cold, each one a reminder of the storm brewing within us. Then, from the depths of the grove, I heard it, a rustle, a movement, a breath. "Turn back," a voice rasped, as if the very trees were warning us. The wind carried the words like a curse. I froze, the sound echoing in my bones, sending shivers down my arms. "Did you hear that?" Julia's voice was barely a whisper now, a tremor of fear woven through her words. "Yes," I replied, my heart pounding. "But we can't stop." We pushed deeper into the grove, the Sisyphus looming around us, their silhouettes growing darker, more menacing. Each step was weighty, like wading through the viscous memories of our past. I could hear Julia's breath hitching, the weight of her fears almost tangible between us. As we reached a clearing, the trees parted, and the world seemed to exhale. In the center stood an ancient Sisyphus, its trunk twisted and gnarled, roots sprawling like veins deep into the earth. The air shimmered with magic, electric and intoxicating. I could see it in Julia's eyes, the flicker of hope, the yearning for a miracle. But amidst that hope lay something darker, a shadow that loomed, a reminder of what was at stake. "This is it," I said, my voice steadying under the weight of determination, "but we must be careful. The Sisyphus requires more than our longing." "More," Julia echoed, a quiver in her voice. "We must confront our fears," I replied, feeling the pull of despair threatening to swallow me whole. "We have to be honest, raw." And so we stood there, bare before the ancient tree, our truths hanging heavy in the charged air. I felt the weight of my failures, the dreams dashed against the rocks of reality. "I've always been afraid," I confessed, my throat constricting. "Afraid of not being enough, of losing you." Julia's breath caught, her gaze piercing through to my soul. "And I've been afraid too," she whispered, tears glistening like diamonds in the dim light. "Afraid of this life growing inside me, afraid of failing before it even begins." The wind howled once more, the trees groaned under the weight of our confessions. And within that moment, when vulnerability reigned, I felt a shift, a crack in the darkness. The Sisyphus responded, its leaves shimmering in the shifting light, a silent agreement, a promise. Time stretched, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, each breath heavy with anticipation. We stood, entwined in shared fears and hopes, the storm brewing above us, ready to unleash its fury. In that breath, we were both fragile and fierce, and the Sisyphus watched, a sentinel of both our dreams and our nightmares, fertility and protection entwined, waiting for the next move, the next heartbeat, the next moment when everything could change. And then, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, we stepped forward together, hands clasped, hearts racing, ready to confront whatever awaited us in the shadows. For in this chaotic dance of life, we were not alone, we were bound by love, desperation, and the fierce desire for hope. The Sisyphus stood tall, a witness to our journey, a crooked path that could lead to salvation or despair, the choice lingering in the air like the scent of rain-soaked earth. The night draped itself over the ancient grove like a shroud, the air thick with a palpable tension that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Shadows flickered like secrets. Somewhere in the dark, an owl screeched, a sound that sliced through the silence, igniting the dread pooling in my stomach. I stood there, breathless, the sacred trees looming like sentinels, their gnarled branches twisting against the moonlight. Each trunk bore scars of ages past, stories of loss and longing etched into their bark. This was not just a grove, this was a cathedral of despair and devotion, where the Druids had once whispered to the cosmos. I remember my father's voice, deep and rumbling like thunder, telling me of the sacred oaks, their roots entwined with the very essence of the earth. "These trees," he would say, "are the hearts of our people." But tonight, they felt like giants poised to crush me under their weight of history. I could hear the rustling of leaves, not from a breeze but from something else, something alive. My heart pounded, each thump echoing the ancestral rhythm of the forest. And then I saw them. Two figures, silhouettes against the backdrop of the oaks. Nora and Finn. Their faces were set in determination, but their eyes betrayed the fear that lurked beneath the surface. "Are you ready?" Finn's voice trembled, and the moonlight caught the glint of sweat on his forehead. He was always the brave one, the impulsive dreamer, but tonight he seemed fragile, like a candle flickering in a storm. Nora stepped closer, her hands trembling, not from the chill, but from the weight of what we were about to do. "We can't turn back now," she whispered, her voice barely audible, lost in the symphony of the night. "We owe it to them." I knew what she meant. The Druids had sacrificed their lives, their knowledge, entwined with the roots of these trees. And in our reckless youth, we had stirred something ancient, something vengeful. I could still hear the echoes of that fateful night ringing in my ears, the laughter that had turned to screams, the warmth of friendship that had been reduced to ashes. "Remember the stories," I urged, my voice trembling. "Remember the sacrifices." I could feel the weight of the past pressing against me like a ghostly hand. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches an accusing finger pointing at our folly. Finn clenched his fists. "I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you," he said, his gaze steady. It was a compliment, yet it felt like a curse. I had dragged him into this mess, a swirling tempest of our own making. "We'll fix this," he declared, but the desperation in his eyes told a different story. And Nora, sweet Nora, torn between the past and our dreams, looked at me as if I were both the anchor that pulled her down and the lifeboat that might save her. "I can't lose you both," she whispered, the fear threading her voice, binding us in that fragile moment. The air crackled with unresolved tension, and I felt it constricting around us, a noose tightening as we moved closer to the heart of the grove. The sacred trees loomed, their presence both comforting and terrifying. They were witnesses, guardians, and silent judges to our sins. With each step, I sensed the weight of the world shift. The earth beneath our feet felt alive, pulsating like a heart. Memories surged, the laughter of children playing beneath the trees, the solemn rituals of the Druids, their chants echoing through the centuries. And now the trees stood witness to our attempt to reclaim what had been lost. What if we can't? I heard myself asking, the question spilling from my lips like a secret I had long buried. The thought gripped me, clawing at my insides. What if our efforts were in vain? Nora's eyes glistened, reflecting the moonlight as if it were a promise. "We must believe," she said fiercely, her voice rising above the whispering shadows. "If we don't, then we've already lost." Finn nodded, but I could see the doubt clouding his features. "Belief isn't enough," he murmured, but the words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the ghosts of the Druids swirling around us, their silent cries echoing, a haunting melody that tugged at my soul. As we reached the ancient clearing, the heartbeat of the grove, the trees loomed larger, their branches swaying like arms ready to embrace or condemn us. I could feel the pulse, a rhythmic thrum that resonated deep within me, weaving through my veins, and every heartbeat echoed the cries of those who had come before us. Our breath synchronized, a fragile harmony amid the chaos, and I felt the world around us hold its breath. The rustle of leaves grew louder, a cacophony of whispers that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Was it the wind, or was it the trees themselves, warning us of the impending storm? "Do you feel it?" I whispered, my voice trembling as the gravity of our mission pressed down. "They're here." Finn and Nora nodded, their eyes wide with terror and wonder. The air thickened with energy, and I could feel the trees drawing us in, their roots entwining with our very essence, the sacred soil rich with history and pain. Together, Nora breathed, reaching for our hands. Finn and I clasped hers, and as we formed a circle, the grove came alive, pulsating with an intensity that took my breath away. I could sense the past colliding with the present, the echoes of the Druids swirling around us, urging us to confront our fears, our betrayals. "Let's summon them," Finn said, his voice a quiver of courage battling against the dread. We closed our eyes, grounding ourselves in the moment, as the trees loomed closer. The air buzzed with anticipation, a cosmic dance of dreams and nightmares woven into the fabric of the night. I remembered the stories my father told, of Druids invoking the spirits of the trees, of ancient ceremonies conducted beneath the moonlight, calling upon forces that transcended time. This was our time. Our moment to reclaim what had been lost, to awaken the echoes of the past. In that heart-stopping silence, the world around us shifted profoundly. The tree shivered with life, a terrible beauty unfolding before us. The shadows twisted and twirled, revealing glimpses of faces, anguished visages of those who had sacrificed everything. We were not alone, we were part of this sacred tapestry, woven with threads of heartbreak and hope. The air crackled with unsaid words, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts urging us to remember. Each heartbeat surged with urgency, a desperate plea resonating through the ages. And then, as if the very essence of the grove itself had come alive, I felt a rush of wind sweep through, swirling around us, carrying whispers of forgotten chants that echoed through the hollow trunks. The trees spoke, their voices a blend of sorrow and wisdom, a haunting melody that pierced my heart. The confrontation was upon us. In that suspended moment, as shadows danced and the air shimmered with energy, I realized we were no longer just children playing with legends, we were now part of the story. The line between past and present blurred like smoke in the night, and the sacred trees of the Druids bore witness to our reckoning. I remember the night the stars blinked out, swallowed by the heavy, oppressive clouds that rolled in like nightmares. It was as if the heavens themselves conspired to drape our village in shadow, and we all felt it, the unease, the sinking dread that curled around our hearts like the roots of the cacao tree, twisting, grasping, claiming. The air was thick with the aroma of wet earth and impending rain, but no storm fell. Only silence, an eerie, aching silence that hummed with the weight of expectation. In the clearing, where the cacao tree stood sentinel, their gnarled trunks twisting toward the sky, I could feel the heartbeat of the land. Esli, my sister, knelt among the roots, fingers trembling over the rough bark, as if she sought to extract answers from the very soul of the tree. Her face was pale, illuminated by the ghostly glow of a dying fire. "They say the gods are angry," she whispered, voice barely a tremor in the night. I wanted to comfort her, to promise that everything would be all right, but the truth gripped my throat. The omen lingered, an unsettling truth that danced in the shadows and whispered through the leaves. I watched her, abandoned to her fear, while my heart thudded against my ribs. Esli had always been the dreamer, with visions that seeped into the ground like rain, nurturing fantasies that grew wild as the forest around us. But tonight, there was no comfort in dreams, only the gnawing fear of what the cacao tree represented, life and death, sweetness and bitterness, creation and destruction. It was said that the gods had crafted humanity from the very essence of this sacred tree, but now, it felt like a curse. Then there was me, so chill, the one who laughed too loudly at the jokes of men, who sometimes buried my fears beneath layers of humor and bravado. "You really think the gods care about us?" I'd countered when Esli shared her fears, lifting my chin defiantly, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. "They have bigger fish to fry, right? Like, I don't know, the sun or something." But as the silence deepened, I realized I was only staving off the inevitable. Suddenly, a rustle, a sharp intake of breath. A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall silhouette framed by the shadows, and my heart leaped into my throat. Tzotzil, the village shaman, stepped forward, his presence crackling like a live wire. His eyes glimmered with secrets, a tempest brewing behind the veil of his calm demeanor. "The tree is restless," he said, voice low and gravelly. "It has felt the weight of our sins, our offerings unfulfilled." Esli's gaze shot to Tzotzil, and I could see her hope flickering like a candle in the wind. "What must we do?" she asked, voice shaking. I felt my own heart quiver, caught between the urge to flee and the need to stand by her side. To believe that somehow, we could appease the gods. But deep within the hollow of my chest, I felt the twinge of doubt. What could mere mortals do against the wrath of eternity? Tzotzil's face cracked into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "The blood of the chosen must spill beneath the tree, my children. Only then will the gods listen." The words landed like stones, heavy and sinking. I swallowed hard, bile rising in my throat. Chosen. The weight of that word hung over us like a storm cloud, dark and foreboding. "Who?" Esli breathed, her knuckles whitening as she clutched the bark. The cacao tree trembled, leaves rustling as if in response, almost mocking us with its silent wisdom. I wanted to scream, to rage against the absurdity of it all. Why must the innocent pay? Why must the dreams of the hopeful be snuffed out? But Tzotzil only stared, and the silence stretched. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, and in that moment, I felt the enormity of existence crash down. We were nothing but fleeting shadows, caught in the web spun by the ancients. I wanted to laugh, to cry, to shake my fists at the cosmos. But all that emerged was a choked gasp, a plea lost in the whispering wind. "I will do it," Esli finally said, voice steady but laced with fear. The determination in her eyes ignited a fire within me. No, I thought. I couldn't let my sister face that fate alone. I stepped forward, fists clenched, heart racing. "No. You can't," but before I could finish, Tzotzil raised a hand, his gaze piercing my soul. "In sacrifice, there is rebirth. The tree demands a bond, a promise of renewal." Each word fell like a drop of rain, filling the cracks in the parched earth, and I felt the pull of destiny tightening around us. The cacao tree thrummed with ancient energy, and the air shifted with the weight of expectation. I could see it in Esli's eyes, the pull of the impossible. The promise of something greater, something sacred. Together, she whispered, and I nodded, fear clawing at my insides but not enough to drown out the fierce loyalty I felt for her. Then came a sharp snap, a cry from the shadows, and the world tilted on its axis. We turned as one, the night alive with the rustle of wings and the flutter of hearts. Shadows morphed into figures, and I could feel the air thicken, crackle with electricity, as if the cosmos held its breath in anticipation of the choice we would make. In that moment, silent but thunderous, the cacao tree rooted us in place, binding our fates together. It was a dance of destiny, a spiraling descent into the unknown, a plunge into the dark abyss of our own creation. And as I stood there, caught between fear and resolve, I understood that we were part of a cycle far greater than ourselves, a story woven into the very fibers of existence. "Together," I said, voice steady now. And with that, we reached toward the cacao tree, fingers trembling but resolute, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. As the night deepened, the stars flickered back to life, their light spilling over us like molten gold, and I knew that whatever awaited us, we would face it as one. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the gnarled branches of the ancient terebinth tree, its twisted roots plunging deep into the earth as if to escape the past. The air was thick with the scent of resin, a sticky sweetness that mingled with the acrid smell of fear. It was here, beneath the sprawling canopy, that Ilara crouched, heart pounding, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She clutched a small vial of terebinth oil, her fingers shaking, glistening with the promise of protection, if only she could summon the courage to use it. But the shadows were closing in. The night was alive, whispering secrets of ages long gone, tales of treachery and sacrifice that clawed at her mind. Somewhere in that darkness stood Asher, her brother, his silhouette flickering like a dying flame. He was a storm wrapped in flesh, passionate and reckless, haunted by his own demons that danced just beyond the reach of reason. "Ilara," he shouted, voice cracking like thunder, echoing through the valley. "You must make your choice." "A choice?" The word twisted in her stomach like a knife. To embrace the sacred oil, to become a vessel of healing, or to reject it and succumb to the chaos that loomed like a black cloud overhead. Just days ago, they had been laughing, their voices soaring over the hills, dreams unfurling like petals in the sun. But the world had shifted, and now, laughter felt like a ghost echoing in an empty hall. Ilara had always felt the weight of the terebinth's legacy, its ancient roots entwined with their family's story. It was said that the tree held the spirits of their ancestors, whispering wisdom to those who dared to listen. But the whispers had turned to screams, filling her mind with images of betrayal and loss. "Why did you not tell me?" she had yelled at Asher earlier, their argument a cacophony of pain and mistrust. "You've been hiding the truth, and now it's too late." "Too late for what?" he had retorted, anguish etched into his features. "For us to save ourselves? For us to save the village?" The village. A place they loved and loathed, bound together by generations of triumph and tragedy, now teetering on the brink of ruin. A plague had swept through, a sinister spectre that left bodies in its wake, and the terebinth was the only flicker of hope they had left. Its oil was said to heal, but at what cost? To draw on its power meant embracing the very fabric of their ancestry, something Asher had not been prepared to do. "You have to trust me," he cried out again, desperation seeping through his voice like the oil from the broken vial in her hand. But trust was a brittle thing, and Elara felt it slipping through her fingers, just as the earth beneath her cracked, fissures opening wide like a mouth ready to swallow her whole. She could almost see it, the village shrouded in a shadow of despair, mothers weeping for children lost, lovers clutching at memories as if they could hold them against the tide of loss. The terebinth loomed large, its branches swaying ominously, taunting her with its promise of salvation and its threat of damnation. "Remember when we used to sit under this tree?" Asha's voice broke through her reverie, softening the edges of her anxiety. "You would tell me stories of the great battles fought under its boughs, how the warriors drank the oil for strength." His eyes burned with a fierce light, a mix of nostalgia and fear. "That was before we learned the truth of sacrifice." Sacrifice. It clung to her like a shroud. "What are we willing to lose, Asha?" Elara whispered, her voice trembling. "What if the cost is too high?" The winds howled again, drowning her words in a chorus of despair. "Higher than we've already lost." He stepped closer, shadows pooling around him, yet the desperation in his eyes cut through the darkness. "What's left to save if we don't try? You feel it, don't you? The pull of the terebinth? It calls to us. It begs to be used." The thought was intoxicating, and she felt herself teetering on the brink of a decision that could change everything. I remember stories of the ancients who had danced beneath its branches, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, the oil flowing from their fingers like molten gold. I remember the warmth of the sun on my face, the playful wind weaving through my hair. But now, all of that felt like sand slipping through her grasp, memories fading as the plague tightened its grip. "I can't," she choked out, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. "What if it consumes us? Then we will face the darkness together." Asha shouted, and in that moment, the air crackled with unspoken promises. The terebinth stood witness to their turmoil, ancient and knowing, its roots entwined with their fate. As she stared into her brother's fierce determination, something inside her stirred, an ember of hope, a flicker of defiance. Maybe the past didn't have to dictate their future. Maybe within the heart of the terebinth lay not just a legacy of sorrow, but a chance to rewrite their story. Elara drew a breath, her hand trembling as she raised the vial. The oil shimmered like a star caught in a web of midnight. "Together," she whispered, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum. "We'll do this together." And as the first drop of terebinth oil slipped from her fingers, so too did the weight of the past start to lift. The shadows around them receded, if only just for a moment, the promise of dawn breaking through the veil of night. But the darkness was not finished with them yet. The wind howled louder, and from the depths of the forest came the echoes of a long-buried truth, one that threatened to tear them apart once more. The terebinth had stirred, awakened by their resolve, its ancient heart beating with a rhythm that resonated through the earth and into their very souls. They could not turn back now. The night was alive, and the terebinth was waiting, its roots tangled in the very fabric of their shared fate. All they could do was lean into the storm that awaited them, choices made, hearts racing, pulse quickening as the world around them spun into chaos. The yew tree stood alone in the clearing, its gnarled branches twisting against the leaden sky. The air thickened with a tension so palpable it felt like a whisper of death lingering just beyond the edge of reality. Beneath its sprawling limbs, the ground was littered with the remnants of autumn, crumbled leaves curling like forgotten memories, each a testament to lives once lived. A chill skated down my spine, and I could almost hear the murmurs of the past, the echoes of souls that had sought solace beneath this ancient sentinel. Across the clearing, Mara trembled. Her fingers brushed the bark, seeking comfort, yet finding only the remnants of despair. I had seen the fire in her eyes extinguished, replaced by the shadows of dread. Her heart beat erratically, a frantic rhythm mirroring the thud of my own. I remembered when hope had danced in her smile, when laughter had poured from her lips like sunlight spilling through cracks in the clouds. But today, she was a specter of her former self, haunted by ghosts that clung to her like mist. "Why does it always come back to this?" she whispered, her voice fragile, as if it might shatter like glass. I wanted to reach out, to pull her from the edge of despair, but the weight of my own heart was a chain, binding me to this moment. I watched as she turned toward the horizon, where the sun fought against an encroaching darkness, its last rays a desperate gasp for life. "Because we keep feeding it," I replied, my voice a rasping echo of what I wished to say. Each word felt like a confession, a plea tangled in the rawness of our reality. Our pasts were intertwined, twisted like the roots of the yew, and the ghosts we harbored were not so easily laid to rest. A figure emerged from the shadows, a silhouette against the dying light. It was Elias, his face pale, eyes wide with an unsettling mixture of fear and determination. His presence cracked the tension like a thunderclap, the storm brewing within him visible in the way he clenched his fists. "We need to end this," he said, his voice a growl that reverberated through the air. "Tonight, beneath the yew, we confront our demons. We cannot let them consume us." Mara shook her head, strands of hair whipping across her face, wild and untamed. "And what if they take us instead?" The question hung between us, heavy with the weight of truth. The yew tree was not merely a witness to our pain, it was a harbinger of death and rebirth, a bridge between the living and the dead, echoing the mythology of ages past. I could feel the ground pulse beneath my feet, as if the very earth was alive with anticipation, hungry for the reckoning we had long avoided. I remembered the old tales of the yew, the poison it bore, the life it sheltered. It was no ordinary tree, it was a paradox, sheltering the dead while nurturing the living. It whispered of cycles, of endings that birth beginnings, and the terror of facing what lay hidden in the shadows. "Do you feel it?" Elias pressed, his voice thick with urgency. "The weight of everything we've lost? The unbearable burden of our choices?" His gaze locked onto mine, fierce and imploring. "We must take it back. We must confront the shadows that loom over us." I wanted to scream, to insist that confronting shadows was a fool's errand, that the pain we carried was a part of us, woven into our very being. But deep down, I felt the stirrings of rebellion, an ember of hope clawing its way through the suffocating darkness. "But how?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, almost swallowed by the encroaching night. "By standing here," he said, pointing toward the yew, "by acknowledging the truth, however brutal. By letting go of the fear that binds us." Mara's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her resolve fracturing. "What if we lose? What if the darkness consumes us entirely?" The sky darkened, and the first star blinked into existence, a tiny beacon amidst the vast expanse. "Then we will not go quietly," I said, feeling a surge of defiance. "We will fight. We will scream. We will embrace the pain and let it guide us." In that moment, the yew tree seemed to lean closer, its branches stretching, intertwining with our fate as if pleading for release. I remembered stories of the Druids, gathering beneath its boughs, seeking wisdom from the depths of despair. I felt the pulse of ancient rituals in my veins, the call to reclaim our narratives. We stepped forward, hand in hand, the warmth of our flesh igniting a flicker of courage. The air crackled, thick with raw energy as we stood before the yew, feeling its whispers wash over us. Time warped, the weight of the past pressing down like a heavy shroud, yet the promise of rebirth hung tantalizingly close, a sweet seduction of possibility. "Tonight," I breathed, "we shed the chains." And then, the shadows gathered around us, thick and hungry, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight. The yew tree stood sentinel, a silent witness to our reckoning, as we braced ourselves for the confrontation that would redefine us, where death and rebirth danced hand in hand, and the echoes of our pasts beckoned us forward into the unknown. The night was long, the battle fierce, but the heartbeats entwined beneath the gnarled branches forged a strength that transcended despair. We would not surrender, we would rise again, like the yew that had weathered centuries, defiant against the storms of time. And as the first light of dawn crept into the sky, illuminating the clearing, the yew tree stood proud and resolute, its roots deep in the ground, a testament to all that had been, and all that was yet to come. The echoes of our struggles mingled with the whispers of the past, a reminder that within darkness lies the seed of light, waiting to bloom anew. The air was thick with salt and something unnameable, a tension that hung in the atmosphere like the heavy, unyielding humidity of a Caribbean afternoon. I stood in the shadow of the lignum vitae, its gnarled branches twisting upward like the hands of the desperate, clawing at the very fabric of the sky. The tree's deep, rich bark was a tapestry of stories, each not a whisper of the past longing to be heard. The sunlight fractured through the leaves, casting ghostly patterns on the ground where I stood, heart racing, as if the earth beneath me pulsated with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. "Why do you keep coming back here?" The voice pierced the silence, sharp and accusatory, like a knife cutting through my thoughts. It was Aveline, her dark eyes flashing with a mix of anger and hurt. She was a tempest, wild, untamed, yet so heartbreakingly fragile. I could see the storm brewing within her, a battle against the tide of emotions that ebbed and flowed with every breath she took. "You think this tree will save you?" The word stung, a bitter reminder of our shared history, of the night spent beneath this very tree, whispering secrets and dreams into the universe. I remembered how we'd laughed, how we'd cried, but that laughter seemed distant now, drowned out by the weight of loss. "I have to," I replied, words tumbling out, desperate and clumsy. "It's all I have left." And it was true. The lignum vitae was more than just a tree to me, it was a lifeline, a connection to a past that felt like it was slipping through my fingers. Memories of long summer days filled with the warmth of childhood dreams danced in my mind, before life had carved its jagged edges into my soul, before the shadows of grief had claimed their territory. "Is that all it is?" Aveline stepped closer, her voice low, dripping with a mix of skepticism and pain. "A relic to cling to, a ghost to whisper to." The tension thickened, a palpable force that wrapped around us, squeezing like a vice. I could feel the air crackle, my heart echoing the rhythm of our unresolved conflicts. Maybe, I confessed, the admission heavy on my tongue. Maybe I just can't let go. As if summoned by our despair, the wind howled through the branches, a mournful lament that carried the weight of the island's history, of ancestors who had known both the beauty and brutality of life, of spirits lingering in the shadows, watching, waiting. I could almost hear their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves, a haunting chorus reminding me of the truths buried deep within our souls. And then, like a bolt from the blue, the earth trembled beneath us. A shuddering pulse of life, raw and unrestrained, surged through the roots of the lignum vitae. I stumbled back, my heart racing, but Aveline stayed rooted, eyes wide, as if she could see something I couldn't. "It's alive," she whispered, reverence spilling from her lips like a prayer. "It knows our pain." In that moment, the ground beneath us transformed. The lignum vitae, our tree of life, became a bridge between the worlds, a conduit to the ancient spirits that thrived in the Caribbean soil. Ghostly figures began to emerge, their silhouettes flickering like candle flames. I could feel the air grow thick with their presence, a charged energy that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Who are you?" I gasped, the words escaping my lips with a tremor of fear and curiosity. Aveline reached for me, her fingers brushing against my arm, grounding me in the chaos. "They are the guardians," she said softly, her voice trembling with awe. "The protectors of our stories." And indeed, they were. I could feel the sorrow in their whispers, the weight of their dreams unfulfilled. They hovered around us, shadows dancing like smoke, urging us to listen, to remember. I felt the pain of lost love, the ache of sacrifices made, the joy of laughter shared beneath the star-studded sky. Each spirit was a fragment of our history, a reminder that we were not alone, that even in our darkest moments, the echoes of our past could light the way forward. But still, beneath the surface, a darker current stirred. I felt it coil around my heart, a tension between the light and the shadows, a struggle I knew all too well. "Aveline," I breathed, the urgency rising in my chest. "What if they're not here to help us?" She turned to me, eyes wide, filled with a fear I had never seen before. "What do you mean? What if they're here to remind us of everything we've lost? Of the choices we made?" I could feel the weight of my own regrets clawing at my throat. The bitterness of dreams abandoned, of friendships frayed by time and circumstance. The ground shook again, the bark of the lignum vitae creaking ominously, as if it were sensing our fears, feeding off our doubts. I realized then that this confrontation was inevitable, not just with the spirits of the past, but with the very essence of who we were becoming. Aveline stepped forward, her spirit ignited with a fierce determination that ignited something deep within me. "We have to confront it." We can't let fear dictate our lives anymore. Her voice rang clear, cutting through the fog of uncertainty that clouded my mind. I felt her strength, a beacon of hope amidst the impending darkness. In that moment, standing before the lignum vitae, I understood. The tree was not just a testament to what once was, but a living reminder that life continued to weave its intricate patterns around us, even in the face of despair. We could choose to cling to our pain or embrace the possibility of rebirth. And as the shadows danced around us, the whispers of the past urging us forward, I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of history settling upon my shoulders. Together, Aveline and I faced the storm, standing resolute beneath the ancient tree, ready to confront our fears and embrace the uncertain journey that lay ahead. The lignum vitae loomed above, branches swaying as if calling out to the cosmos, inviting us into an unknown future, a dance of life and death intertwined. And in that moment, I knew the journey was just beginning, a haunting melody of hope, pain, and redemption that would echo through the ages. The air was thick, suffocating, each breath a struggle against the oppressive humidity that clung like a shroud, wrapping itself around her throat. The palm trees loomed tall, their fronds rustling ominously in the wind, casting elongated shadows that danced on the ground like specters. Here, in this forgotten corner of the world, the Arakasari family stood as silent witnesses to the turmoil unfolding beneath them, their sacred symbolism lost to all but the whispers of the past. I remember the moment Sarah collapsed, her body crumbling beneath the weight of her grief. The palm trees swayed, almost mockingly, as if they too understood how fragile human existence was. She knelt in the dirt, palms pressed against the earth, and I could see the tears streaming down her face, each drop a story of unfulfilled dreams and lost promises. Jack stood nearby, his jaw clenched, fists tight at his sides, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The churning tempest of his emotions mirrored the wild sway of the palm leaves. "Why here, Sarah?" he spat, voice low and dangerous. "Why the palms? Why not the place where we last laughed together? Where he was alive?" The pain in his voice was palpable, a knife twisting in my own gut. We were all haunted by ghosts today. The palm trees bore witness to the intensity of our strife, their trunks straight and unyielding, unlike our crumbling resolve. Each frond whispered secrets of resilience, yet we felt anything but strong. I thought they were sacred," she choked out, her voice cracking like the dry earth beneath her knees. "I thought maybe they could help us remember him. Help me remember why we loved him. I remember the nights we spent beneath those very trees, laughter echoing into the stillness, dreams floating like the stars above. But now, every laugh felt like a dagger, every memory a reminder of the void he left behind. The palms, guardians of our past, now stood as sentinels of our suffering. Their beauty twisted into something grotesque, a celebration of life that felt like a mockery. Jack stepped closer, fury giving way to despair, the anger melting off him like wax from a candle. "He's gone, Sarah. These trees won't bring him back. They won't change the fact that we killed him." The truth hung heavy, dripping like the beads of sweat trickling down our backs. Guilt clawed at my insides, each memory a relentless tide crashing against the shore of my mind. I could hear the echoes of that night, the shouts, the panic, the moment it all spiraled out of control. The palm trees had stood tall then too, a silent backdrop to our chaos, but now they felt like judges, their leaves rustling with disapproval. "Stop!" Sarah yelled suddenly, looking up at him with wild eyes. "Stop pretending you're not as broken as I am. He was our friend. Our brother. And now he's just gone." The silence that followed was deafening, a suffocating blanket of unresolved emotions wrapping around us. A cacophony of unspoken words filled the air, each one a ghost haunting the space between us. I saw the tremor in her hands, the way her fingers curled around the rough bark of the palm tree, as if she sought comfort in its unwavering strength. "Maybe they can help us," I whispered, my voice barely above a breath, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of our despair. "Maybe the palms are trying to say something. They're symbols of life and rebirth. They have stories to tell." Jack scoffed, his anger flaring. "Stories? What stories? All I see is a bunch of trees that couldn't care less about our pain." But I knew better. I knew that the Arakasari family held more than just beauty. They were resilient, enduring storms and droughts, their roots tangled deep within the earth, reaching for water, for life. They whispered of survival, even in the face of overwhelming odds. I watched as Sarah's gaze shifted from Jack to the palms. A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, bright against the despair that threatened to consume us all. Maybe they do understand, she breathed, voice trembling. Maybe they can help us find a way to move forward. To honor him. Jack's shoulders slumped, the fight leaving him, replaced by a sense of defeat. And how do we do that? The question hung heavy, a stone tossed into the depths of our collective grief. My heart raced, pounding against my chest, the moment teetering on the brink of something profound. We tell our stories, I urged, stepping toward the towering trunks. We share our memories. We let the palms witness our truth. The trees, ancient and unwavering, stood as witnesses to our pain, our love, and our regret. Each frond swayed gently, a soft murmur of encouragement. It was as if they were urging us to speak, to release the burdens we had carried for far too long. Sarah took a deep, shuddering breath, and I could see her resolve building, brick by brick, a fortress against the sorrow. I remember our first camping trip, she began, voice rising from the ashes of grief, the way he laughed when we couldn't start the fire, how we all ended up covered in charcoal. Her smile appeared, fragile yet real, like a wisp of smoke rising against the night sky. Jack's eyes softened, the corners of his mouth twitching into a reluctant smile. And the time he tried to impress you with that stupid dance, I joined in, my heart pounding with urgency. I remember him singing off-key, thinking he was the next rock star. The palms swayed, and I felt the earth beneath us tremble with the weight of our shared laughter. The shadows began to recede, replaced by a light that felt both terrifying and freeing. The sacred symbolism of the Arakasari family came alive before us, an invitation to honor our pain but not be consumed by it. As we exchanged words, the past and present intertwined, each story weaving a tapestry of hope against the backdrop of loss. The palm trees, once mere plants, became our sanctuaries, our witnesses. They were symbols not just of survival but of connection, of love that transcended even death. And as night fell, enveloping us in its star-studded cloak, I understood. The Arakasari family held not just the weight of our sorrow but the promise of rebirth, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, we could rise again. Together. The wind howled through the skeletal branches, a sound that clawed at the edges of sanity, reverberating like a warning shriek from a forgotten time. Beneath the twisted canopy of the tree of the dead, the air thickened with foreboding, a choking fog wrapped itself around the throats of those who dared to approach. I stood there, heart racing, fingers trembling, caught between the dark allure of the myths that surrounded this cursed place and the icy tendrils of dread that whispered in my ear. Don't go closer, they seemed to hiss, as if the tree itself could hear. Across the clearing, I saw my brother, Daniel, crouched low, his face pale and drawn, eyes wide with a mix of fear and fervor. He was always the one who got lost in stories, weaving tales that carried echoes from the edge of death to the cusp of rebirth. It was Daniel who had dragged me here, whispering promises of revelation, of secrets that could unearth the roots of our family's pain. But now, as shadows danced around us, I felt the pull of his desperation, a relentless need to confront our family's ghosts. My heart ached for him, but would the truth, if we found it, bring solace or only more sorrow? Then there was Lena, our childhood friend, her laughter once bright as sunlight, now cracked and dimmed by grief. She stood at the tree's gnarled base, tracing a finger along the bark, the way one might touch the face of a beloved lost long ago. Her mother had been taken by illness, a fever that came like a thief in the night, stealing warmth and life, leaving only an echo of the woman she once was. This tree, it holds their memories, she murmured, her words like a spell, luring us closer. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think that this ancient thing could be some bridge to the dead. But Lena's eyes, glistening with unshed tears, pulled me in deeper. I remember my mother's voice, she said, her breath hitching. I can almost hear her calling me. The ache in her voice was a knife, twisting in my gut, and I wanted to scream, to shake her out of this trance. Instead, I stood frozen, lost in the weight of her sorrow, feeling the unbearable weight of time pressing down upon us. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tree seemed to come alive, its branches stretching like skeletal fingers, yearning for something long gone. With every heartbeat, I felt the distance between us and the past stretching thin, taut, ready to snap. What if they're waiting for us? Daniel asked, a breathless urgency in his tone. I looked at him, the boy who had once filled our nights with stories of knights and dragons, now a man standing on the precipice of madness. What if we could talk to them? His desperation twisted my heart, a knot of conflicting emotions that dragged me down. The night thickened like a heavy blanket, and the shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, both comforting and suffocating. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a rhythm that echoed our own, a heartbeat that resonated with the lives that had come before us. The tree of the dead isn't just a myth, Lena said, her voice trembling. It's a mirror, reflecting our losses, our pain. It connects us, binds us to those who have passed. Her words hung in the air, heavy and layered, like the scent of rain-soaked earth. Daniel stepped forward, the bravado of belief clashing with the fragility of his spirit. I want to see them, he declared, his voice rising, defiant against the darkness. The very air shimmered with unfulfilled promises, a churning mass of emotions and memories. I wanted to tell him to stop, to turn back, but the weight of our shared history rooted me in place. The tree loomed, a silent sentinel, watching with an ancient gaze. I remember when we were kids, I whispered, almost to myself. When nothing could scare us. But fear had a way of creeping in, a slow poison, and all those carefree days felt like distant echoes now. Lena's eyes met mine, and in that moment, we both understood. The innocence of childhood had been buried beneath layers of grief and loss, yet here we stood, at the threshold of confronting it, desperate for connection but terrified of what we might find. The wind howled again, shaking loose the dry leaves, and they rained down like memories we couldn't hold onto. Daniel reached out, fingertips brushing the bark of the tree, a strange connection sparking in the air. I can feel them, he gasped. I watched as his face transformed, a mix of wonder and horror swirling together. They want us to listen. They want us to remember. But what if remembering meant reliving the pain? I felt my chest constrict, the weight of despair pressing down, squeezing hard. What if we could talk to them, but they only brought forth the darkness? The tree of the dead wasn't merely a bridge to the past, it was a doorway to grief itself, an unsettling truth that lay behind the veil of life. Lena stepped beside Daniel, her voice barely a whisper. What if we can forgive them? I watched her, the flickering hope in her eyes, and I felt a shudder of recognition. Forgiveness was a potent poison, a bitter pill coated in the sweetness of longing. Could we truly forgive those who had left us, who had not fought hard enough to stay? Would their voices echo with regret or solace? The branches swayed, the tree creaked, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire world held its breath. In that silence, I felt the weight of their absence, the enormity of all we had lost. I remembered my mother's laughter, her scent, a fleeting ghost drifting just out of reach. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls of the past that stood between us and the warmth of those we loved. I remember, I breathed, and with those words, the floodgates opened. The weight of our histories pressed down upon me, overwhelming and intricate, and as I looked at Daniel and Lena, I saw the cracks in their resolve, the flickers of fear and hope mingling together. The mythology of the tree of the dead was alive, pulsating with our grief, our love, and our desperate need for closure. The wind howled again, and I wondered, would we find what we sought, or would the darkness consume us whole? In the depths of that night, surrounded by shadows and secrets, our hearts beat as one, tethered to the past, yet yearning for the light of understanding. The wind howled, a banshee's wail, as if the earth itself was mourning. Beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, two figures crouched, their breaths mingling in the damp chill of dusk. Shadows flickered across their faces, twisting their features into masks of despair. A bracken crackled as if the forest itself were alive, listening, judging. Ilara's heart raced, each beat a thunderclap in her ears. She could feel the weight of the world pressing down, the very air thick with desperation. "I can't," Jasper whispered, shame staining his voice. He clenched his fists, dirt carving into his palms like life carving into time. I can't do it, Ilara. This tree, it's sacred. You know what they say. His eyes flickered toward the sprawling branches above, reaching toward the sky like fingers grasping for salvation. Ilara stilled, every nerve in her body taut, vibrating with the primal energy of the forest. But we have to. If we don't, the darkness will, her words caught in her throat, choked by the fear of naming the nameless. The whispers of the ancients echoed, tales spun in the dusk, woven into the bark of the trees. Some said they were the bones of the earth, others the dreams of gods. Yet here, under that towering giant, she felt its pulse, a heartbeat entwined with her own. I remember, Jasper said, eyes glazing. The stories told by the fireplace, how the Yggdrasil held the world together, how the Baobab cradled memories of the ancestors. To cut it down. It feels like cutting away a piece of our own soul. Ilara felt his words resonate deep within her, the memory of her grandmother's voice telling stories of trees that spoke to the stars, that wove the fabric of existence. Those trees were sanctuaries of hope, and they had witnessed the birth of everything. She closed her eyes, imagining the vibrant green leaves shimmering in the sunlight, feelings of safety and warmth flooding her senses. But the darkness was coming. She could feel it on her skin like a cold sweat, creeping closer with every heartbeat. If we don't act, she breathed, desperation clawing at her throat, the shadows will take us all. We can't let it win. Jasper's gaze fell to the ground, tangled roots intertwining like the fate of their lives. No one will understand, Ilara. They'll call us heretics. The elders will curse us. They'll say we're the reason the balance is broken. Let them. The fire in her voice startled even her. What is worse? To be cursed by the elders or consumed by the darkness? She stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill. You felt it too. The way the trees shiver in the night, as if they know the end is nigh. Yet they remain standing, he murmured, eyes flickering with a hint of resolve mixed with fear. What gives us the right to decide which tree lives or dies? A silence fell around them, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the distant rustle of leaves. Ilara could almost hear the trees whisper, ancient voices entwined in the wind, cautioning her, urging her. They've lived for centuries, Jasper. But even the mightiest trees can fall, can wither. We're all just stories waiting to be written. The oak loomed above them, its bark a tapestry of scars and triumphs, each line a saga of survival. Ilara swallowed hard, the weight of the decision pressing against her ribcage. In that moment, she saw the tree not just as a sentinel of the past but as a bridge to the future, a choice that would resonate throughout time, reverberating with every beat of their hearts. Do you believe in the stories, Jasper? She asked, voice breaking as the sentiment clawed its way out. Do you believe they're real? I want to, he confessed, voice barely a whisper. But belief is a fragile thing. It can slip through your fingers like sand. I remember when you first told me about the world tree, Ilara said, her voice quaking. How it connected the realms, held the heavens and earth together. We need that connection. We need to breathe life into this world, or else, the words hung heavy between them, filled with the echoes of what ifs, the looming spectre of despair. The wind picked up, swirling around them with a fury that felt almost sentient. It carried with it the sense of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of mortality, of cycles unbroken. Each gust seemed to plead with them. I can't, Jasper said again, but this time it was more of a mantra, a shield against the inevitable. What if we fail? What if we destroy it all? A sudden crack split the air, a branch snapping in the distance, the sound echoing through the trees like the tolling of a death knell. Ilara flinched, the fear racing through her veins, invigorating her with dread. We cannot be the reason for silence, she urged, her heart hammering, the gravity of their choices clinging to her like a shroud. We must awaken the stories that dwell in these woods. She stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the rough bark, feeling the pulse of the tree beneath her touch. It was alive, it was breathing. It was everything. And she remembered the legends, the way trees were woven into creation myths across cultures, the sacred sycamore of the Egyptians, the life-giving cedar of the Native Americans, the world-encircling ash from Norse mythology. Each tree a fragment of existence, each one holding the essence of creation itself. "Help me," Ilara pleaded, desperation bleeding into her voice. "We can't let the darkness swallow the light." Jasper hesitated, the turmoil in his eyes like a storm threatening to burst. "What if this is the moment everything changes? What if we're the ones who bring about a curse? Or what if we're the ones who forge a new beginning?" she countered, the fire igniting once more. "What if we become the legends?" With every breath, the trees whispered ancient secrets, murmurs brushing against the fabric of their souls. She felt the weight of history, of every life that had ever called the woods home, of the stories etched into every leaf. He looked at her, vulnerability raw in his gaze, and for that fleeting moment, she saw the flicker of hope ignite. "All right," he said, voice trembling. "Let's make our own story." Together, they stood beneath the vast, arching branches, ready to confront the shadows that threatened to consume them. The tree shivered, as if aware of the reckoning that lay ahead, its leaves rustling in the encroaching darkness. And with that, they took their first step into the unknown, hearts pounding, the very universe holding its breath as the tale of their creation began to unfold, entwined with an ancient power that pulsed through the roots of the earth itself. The wind howled through the ancient grove, a banshee's wail echoing against gnarled roots and twisted branches. Shadows danced beneath the canopy, flickering like the last breaths of forgotten spirits. There, in the heart of the forest, stood Ilara, her breath shallow, her heart pounding with the weight of unspoken fears. She was a keeper of the sacred, a vessel of stories that shaped the world, and tonight, the air crackled with something darker, an omen that pulled at her very core. "I remember the tales," she whispered to the night, her voice trembling as if it could summon the spirits of the trees. "The tales of Isolde, the goddess of the sacred oak, and her love for the earth. But love can break you, can ruin you." Just beyond her, the massive oak loomed, its bark gnarled and ancient, a fortress of wisdom and sorrow. Ilara reached out, fingers brushing the rough surface, feeling the pulse of life beneath. The tree spoke a language older than time, an aching reminder of the sacrifices made, the lives intertwined with the roots that burrowed deep into the earth. And then, there was Mara. Mara, with her wild hair and eyes like storm clouds, her soul a tempest of rage and grief. She marched through the underbrush, driven by a desperate need to confront her destiny. "Ilara," she shouted, her voice a jagged edge slicing through the night. "You think hiding here will save you? You think the tree will protect you?" Ilara's heart sank. The rift between them stretched like the shadows beneath the moonlight. Mara, once so vibrant, now a ghost of her former self, was consumed by the darkness that crept into her veins. "I'm not hiding," Ilara replied, her voice a fragile whisper. "I'm remembering." "Remembering what?" Mara scoffed, stepping closer, each word a dagger. "The stories? The myths? They won't change what's coming. They won't stop the sacrifice." The wind whipped through the trees as if the forest itself was caught in their argument, feeding off their pain. Ilara could feel the weight of the world pressing down, the sacredness of the oak, the spirits watching, judging. "It's not just about us, Mara. It's the balance, the essence of everything we believe in." Mara's laughter was hollow, echoing against the endless night. "Essence? Balance? All I see is a tree that bears the weight of our broken promises and a goddess who abandoned us." Ilara's breath caught. Mara's words twisted in her gut, a painful truth she had long tried to ignore. She remembered the fables, the goddesses who wept for their lost love, the sacred trees that flourished under their care. But where were those goddesses now? The moon hung low, illuminating the clearing with an ethereal glow, wrapping the two women in its haunting embrace. "Isolde would have shielded us," Ilara uttered, the name slipping from her lips like a prayer. "If only we were worthy." Mara stepped back, her face a storm of emotions, rage, fear, and a flicker of something softer. "Worthy? Worthiness is a myth, just like the stories. What do we have left but our pain?" Ilara felt the tears prick her eyes. Pain is part of it. But so is love. So is sacrifice. We cannot turn our backs on the sacred. In that moment, the wind shifted, carrying with it a whisper, a voice from the tree, ancient and wise. "You are both lost," it seemed to say, "but within you lies the power to change everything." Mara's eyes widened, the defiance melting into a glimmer of hope. "Change," she echoed, her voice barely a breath. "Do you really believe we can?" "Believe." Ilara's heart raced, adrenaline surging through her veins. "We must. The trees have not forgotten us. They carry our stories, our choices. Every heartbeat, every sacrifice, it's all connected." But shadows loomed larger, and just beyond them, an undeniable presence stirred. The darkness was alive, hungry. A figure emerged from the brush, cloaked in shadows, eyes like coals burning with sinister light. "The time has come," it intoned, voice like gravel scraping against stone. "You must choose." Mara recoiled, fear flickering across her features, but Ilara stood firm, fists clenched, defiance roaring in her chest. "Choose what?" she demanded, voice fierce, unwavering. "Choose to submit? To become another story of loss?" The figure stepped closer, and the air thickened with dread. "You will sacrifice. The tree demands it. The goddess waits." In that moment, Ilara felt the burden shift, an unbearable weight pressing down on her, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives that hung in the balance. "I won't," she breathed, her voice steadier than she felt. "We can break this cycle. We can defy the darkness." Mara's eyes flickered with something akin to hope, but fear held her captive. "And what if we fail?" "It doesn't matter," Ilara replied, "for failure is a lesson, not an end. We are not just shadows in this story, we are the light that can rise again." The wind howled, a wild chorus that wrapped around them like a lover's embrace, urging them forward. The ancient oak creaked, its branches reaching out, yearning for connection, for strength. And just then, in the eerie silence that followed, a pulse of energy surged through the ground, a vibration that shook the very roots of the earth. The trees stirred, whispering secrets, their voices weaving a tapestry of pain, love, and the unyielding power of the feminine spirit. Together, Ilara breathed, her heart racing against the night. "We stand. Together, we fight." And as the shadows threatened to engulf them, they faced the darkness, not as lost souls but as warriors of light, bound by the wisdom of the sacred trees and the legacy of the female deities. In that moment, everything shifted. Time twisted and turned, the world a blur, as they prepared to confront the looming shadows, an eternal cycle of myth and reality, pain and power, fear and love, woven together under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak. The confrontation loomed ahead, an emotional climax that pulsed with the heartbeat of the universe, and as they stepped into the chaos, the forest held its breath, the sacred trees standing witness to their truth. The air was thick with a silence so profound it weighed heavy on the chest, each breath a struggle against the oppressive stillness. Beneath the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, shadows danced, they twisted and turned, whispering secrets of a time long forgotten. I could see him, Benny, my older brother, his silhouette stark against the fading light, head bowed, hands trembling against the rough bark. He was searching for something that had been lost, but what was it? The very ground seemed to pulse beneath our feet, alive with an energy that felt both dangerous and intoxicating. "I remember," he murmured, half to himself, half to the tree, "when we were kids, we thought this place was magic. We played hide and seek, and you were always the best hiding spot." I stood a few paces behind him, my heart thundering in my ears, each beat a reminder of our fractured bond. The oak loomed like a sentinel, its branches clawing at the twilight sky, a warning and a promise all at once. A chill crept up my spine, clawing at my skin, igniting the memory of that fateful day when everything changed. I remember how the whispers of the forest turned into screams. I remember the flames licking at the roots like hungry serpents, devouring the life around us, while we stood frozen, paralyzed by the horror of it all. It was a moment that stretched into eternity, a moment that birthed a rift that became the chasm of our lives. Benny lifted his gaze, his eyes searching the darkening branches as if he expected the tree to answer him, expected it to spill its ancient wisdom into the air. "Do you think it remembers us?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper, thick with the weight of grief. No, I replied, my voice shaking. It remembers you. He flinched at my words, and I knew they cut deep, a reminder of the guilt we both bore. The oak had witnessed our childhood joy, our laughter, and our innocent dreams before the world had shattered those dreams like fragile glass. But it also stood sentinel to our failures, to the day we let fire consume everything we cherished. Even now, as the sky deepened into a bruised purple, I could hear the echoes of our innocence. I could feel the ghost of laughter, the wild abandon of play that had once danced through the leaves. But that laughter was drowned in regret, twisted into something dark and sinister. Benny's hands tightened against the bark, knuckles white, as if he were drawing strength from the wood. What if, his voice trailed off, eyes reflecting the last glimmers of light? What if we could make it right? What if the tree could, Benny, stop? I felt the desperation clawing at my throat. You're chasing shadows. We can't change what happened. But the anger simmered beneath the surface, fear bubbling into an uncontrollable rage. I didn't want to be here, didn't want to dive into that abyss again, but my feet were rooted, anchored by the very memories I wished to escape. A rustle in the underbrush broke the tension, a flash of movement that sent my heart racing. I turned quickly. It was just a deer, frightened and alone. I felt Benny's eyes on me, a silent challenge, and I knew what he wanted, a confrontation with the past, a reckoning with the very essence of our existence. Look, he said, voice low and urgent. This tree, it holds the stories of everyone who's ever touched it. What if we could reach into those stories? What if we could find the pieces we lost? His desperation resonated within me, a siren call that was impossible to ignore. I remembered our mother's stories, how she would weave mythology into our lives, teaching us that all things were connected, that nature breathed the same air we did. But the stories had turned brittle over the years, just like the leaves that crumbled beneath our feet. I remember, I said, almost to myself, the night the fire raged. I remember the screams, the faces twisting in agony, the smoke, like ghosts clawing at the sky. Benny's breath hitched, and I saw the pain etched across his face, raw and unyielding. He had been there, too. He had witnessed it all, just as I had, but we had dealt with that horror differently. I had shut down, locked away my emotions, while he had spiraled into despair, seeking solace in the very nature we had once cherished. And now, here we were, two lost souls standing beneath the skeletal embrace of the tree that had witnessed our lives unravel. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay. It felt like a warning, a portent of what was to come. Maybe, Benny's voice trembled, maybe if we touch it together, we can feel what it felt. We can share the weight of its memories. Maybe it can heal us. The thought sent shivers down my spine. Healing? Or deeper wounds? The tree had secrets buried deep within its roots, tales of sorrow and joy, of love and loss. What if we didn't like what we found? But deep inside, I felt a flicker of hope, a whisper of something greater. In this moment of desperation, when the sky darkened and the world felt untethered, we stood on the brink of something unimaginable. We can't just wish it away, I said softly, my voice cracking, but maybe we can try. We stepped closer, our hands reaching toward the rough bark, fingers brushing against the surface where centuries of stories lingered. I felt the pulse of the tree, ancient and powerful, as it resonated with our heartbeat. And then, in that moment of connection, everything shifted. The world around us blurred, time folding in on itself, and I was pulled into a vortex of memories, some my own, others the tree's. I saw visions of laughter and heartache, moments of fierce joy and bitter sorrow, intertwining like the roots beneath our feet. And as I stood there, awash in the resonance of it all, I realized, memories are trees too, and we are all just branches reaching for the sky, trying to find our place in the cosmos, hoping that somehow, through the darkness, we can still find the light. But then, just as quickly, the visions faded, leaving us gasping in the silence, the shadows of the forest closing in around us once more. The weight of the past pressed against my chest, suffocating, and the oak stood as a monument to all we had lost. What came next, I couldn't tell. A cry? A scream? Or was it just the wind, carrying our hopes and fears into the night? The world outside of this moment faded, and I knew, in my bones, we were entwined with something far greater than ourselves, something that could either heal or destroy. And as the last vestiges of light slipped away, I could only cling to Benny, to the raw energy of the tree, and the flicker of possibility that something, somewhere, could still change. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful wail that seemed to come straight from the earth itself. Leaves trembled, whispering secrets to the shadows while the thickening dusk draped a cloak of palpable tension over the sacred grove. The air crackled with unspoken fears, dreams deferred, and the weight of memories heavy enough to bend the boughs. In that twilight moment, 3 souls stood at the precipice of something vast and unknowable. I remember the weight of the ancient tree, its gnarled roots curling like the fingers of a long-forgotten ancestor. It loomed before us, an arbiter of fate. Aiko, her hands trembling, fought back tears as she gazed at the ancient bark, carved with the names of the lost. I can't do this," she whispered. Her voice cracked, echoing through the grove like a shattered promise. Why do we return to these sacred places? To seek solace, or perhaps to confront the ghosts of our choices? I felt it then, the hollow ache gnawing at my insides as I stepped closer. The trees leaned in, listening. They knew our secrets, our failures, the love we could not save. This was a liminal space, a stage for all that lay buried beneath the soil. And then there was Marcus. He stood opposite Aiko, arms crossed, brow furrowed, like a statue of despair. "You think they care," he spat, venom dripping from every word. "They're gone, Aiko. It doesn't matter. None of this matters." The fury in his voice resonated, reverberating through the grove like the tolling of a funeral bell. His heart was a fortress built on denial, but the walls were crumbling. I could see the cracks, the desperate longing to believe. In that moment, I felt an electric charge. My past surged forward, memories colliding with the present. I had lost so much, my sister, my chance for forgiveness, the dreams I once held like fragile glass. The sacred grove had become a mirror reflecting not just our fears, but our failures. As the darkness deepened, the shadows danced, and I could almost hear the lament of those who had come before us. I remember, I started, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with grief. I could see Aiko's eyes glistening, begging for the truth but terrified of the cost. I remember the stories told by the fire, the warmth of laughter mingling with the smoke. Aiko sagged against the tree, the bark cool and rough against her skin. But those are just memories, aren't they? Just echoes of what used to be. Memories haunt, Marcus muttered, glancing at the ground, as if it might swallow him whole. They don't care about us. But the grove cared. It breathed with the weight of history, holding our anguish like a sacred offering. I stepped closer to the ancient tree, placing my palm on its rough bark, feeling the pulse of life beneath. What if we let them help us? My voice rang out, a plea cloaked in desperation. What if we asked them to show us the way? Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush sent a shiver down my spine. The air stilled. We held our breath as a figure emerged, a deer, its eyes deep pools reflecting our turmoil. It stood there, a ghost of innocence in the twilight, a fleeting embodiment of all that was pure and untouched. In that moment, the grove transformed into a cathedral, sacred and eternal. What does it mean? Aiko's voice barely rose above a whisper, trembling like the leaves above us. Why are we here? The deer turned, and for a heartbeat, I felt a connection that transcended words. It was a reminder, the grove was not just a place of sorrow, but a sanctuary, a vessel for our hopes and dreams. I remembered the rituals performed here, the prayers offered up to the spirits of the ancestors. The sacrifices made under their watchful gaze. It means we face our fears. We honor those we've lost. Marcus scoffed, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. Honor? What's the point? They're dead. The word sliced through me. Anger flared, and then faded, leaving only a cold emptiness. That's why we're here, Marcus. To remember, and to heal. The grove slumbered in silence, the weight of our emotions bridging the chasm between us. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder of our shared humanity. I remember when we laughed, I said, voice trembling. When we believed in magic. Suddenly, Aiko knelt, her fingers tracing the carved names, the forgotten lives. They deserve our tears, she said, the dam within her breaking. They deserve more than just memories. The air thickened, charged with the intensity of our grief, and as Aiko wept, a primal energy burst forth from the earth. I felt it. It coursed through me, igniting something long dormant. I remembered the stories of the sacred grove, the rituals of rebirth, the promise that love could transcend even death. I stepped back, taking in the scene, the two of them, bound in a moment of raw vulnerability, the deer watching over us, a guardian of our grief. The grove transformed, shadows shifting into familiar faces, echoes of laughter and love intertwining with our sorrow. In that sacred moment, I knew we stood at a threshold, not just of the grove, but of our very souls. We were entwined in a web of grief and hope, each heartbeat a reminder that we were never truly alone. The ancient trees bore witness to our journey, a journey not just through loss, but toward remembrance, toward healing, toward letting go. As the stars began to puncture the deepening sky, I felt the first inklings of something new, a promise, perhaps. The grove, with its shadows and whispers, would not let us forget. In its embrace, we were transformed, forever altered. In this sacred space, we found ourselves, and in finding ourselves, we found each other. And as we stood in the fading light, I sensed the shadows shifting once more, as if waiting for the next chapter to begin, our stories interwoven with those who had walked these paths before us, an eternal cycle of love, loss, and rebirth. The moon hung low, a silver eye gazing down upon the forest, where shadows danced and whispered secrets only the trees could decipher. A chill wrapped around me, tightening like a vice, as I stumbled through the underbrush, heart pounding, every crackle of twigs beneath my feet echoing like thunder in the silence. I was not alone. They followed me, the spirits of the trees, their ancient roots twisted like fingers reaching for salvation. I could feel it, a palpable tension in the air, as if the forest held its breath. The sacred tree, a monumental presence in the heart of this desolate patch of land, stood before me, its bark scarred and gnarled, branches clawing at the sky as if pleading for help. I remember the legends of my grandmother, tales woven in the flickering light of the fireside. She spoke of this tree as a guardian, a wise old soul that cradled the universe within its rings. But now, it was dying, and with it, the fragile threads of our connection to the past. "Why have you forsaken us?" I whispered, looking up at the twisted limbs that seemed to tremble. The wind carried a mournful sigh, and I knew it wasn't just the trees that were suffering. It was the grief of generations. I felt it in my bones, a cold ache that gnawed at my resolve. Beside me, Mara knelt, her fingers trailing over the mossy trunk, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was fierce, a warrior in spirit, yet haunted by her own demons. The weight of responsibility lay heavy on her shoulders. "We have to save it," she said, her voice barely a whisper, a plea wrapped in desperation. "If we don't, we lose everything." But I could see the conflict gnawing at her. Her heart was split, caught between the yearning to protect this sacred place and the crushing reality of our modern world, where steel and concrete threaten to swallow the earth whole. "What's the point?" I asked, the frustration bubbling to the surface. People don't care about trees anymore. They just care about what they can take. And yet, in the moment of my doubt, I was reminded of Eli, my brother, who had stood by me through thick and thin. He was the dreamer, the one who would climb the highest branches and gaze into the infinite sky. I could hear his laughter, feel the warmth of his spirit even now, a haunting echo that pulled at my heartstrings. "You once believed," he had told me, I sparkling with mischief. "You once believed we could change the world." But Eli was gone, a casualty in the war between nature and progress. The forest had lost a champion, and in my grief, I had lost the will to fight. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog, and I could feel the ghosts of the past swirling around us, the cries of those who had revered these trees, their lives inseparable from the earth. Mara's voice broke the spell. "We can't let his memory fade like the rest," she implored, fierce determination igniting her words. "This tree is a symbol of hope. A reminder. If it falls, what will we have left?" In her eyes, I saw the flicker of a fire, a spark I once knew. I remember, I whispered, the memories flooding back, dancing shadows, laughter ringing through the air, the sweet scent of damp earth. I remember how the ancients spoke to the trees, how they listened. The sacred tree loomed above us, a witness to our pain, its bark etched with stories of love, sacrifice, and fear. The branches swayed, an eerie symphony, and I could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors. Some part of me longed to join them, to be swept away into the timeless embrace of the cosmos, but another part clawed desperately to hold on. Mara stood resolute, arms crossed, breath steady. "We need to gather people, rally them to our cause," she urged, and I could see the fierce light in her eyes, the unwavering spirit that had made her a beacon in this dark world. "This tree can be our rallying point. If we can save it, we can save everything." But doubt clawed at my heart, a chilling reminder of the battles we had already lost. I glanced around, taking in the shadows that crept closer, as if the forest itself had grown darker in response to our despair. "What if we fail?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. "What if our fight is just a whisper lost in the wind?" "Then we fight anyway," Mara shot back, her voice a blade cutting through the sorrow. "We owe it to ourselves and to those who came before us." Her words hung in the air, resonating with a fierce clarity that pierced the veil of doubt. As the night deepened, the weight of our emotions pressed down like an iron shroud. I felt the ghosts of the forest watching, waiting, their silent cries echoing through my soul. The world outside was a cacophony of sirens and engines, while here, in this sacred grove, time twisted and unfurled. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of how fragile our existence was, how easily we could slip into obscurity. And then, a rustle, a shift in the air, an omen of what was to come. I turned, heart racing, as silhouettes emerged from the shadows. Figures cloaked in darkness, eyes glinting with menace, the harbingers of destruction. They approached, a grim reminder of the forces we were up against, the very embodiment of our fears. Mara stepped in front of me, defiance etched on her face, the spirit of the ancient guardians flowing through her veins. "We stand for what we believe in," she declared, voice steady, a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness. "For Eli, for the trees, for the future." And as the confrontation loomed, the air crackled with tension, a storm of emotion swirling around us. The sacred tree behind us stood strong, an ancient sentinel, its roots entwined with our fate, whispering promises of hope in the face of despair. I could feel the weight of history on my shoulders, the ghosts of past battles rising to stand alongside us. The future was uncertain, the stakes impossibly high, but in this moment, as the shadows closed in, I remembered, hope was as essential as the air we breathed, and our fight was far from over. The night held its breath, and so did I, waiting for the first spark of resistance to ignite the darkness.